Your home's in your hands, you build it.
You can save thousands of dollars building your dream home, remodeling your kitchen or bath, making your home more accessible as you age, or creating a new garage, barn, or workshop. You Build It has been helping homeowners save money for over 30 years. Using the You Build It system, you can choose your budget, who designs your renovations, and how involved you want to be in the process. Call or text now, 316-260-2044.
Your home's in your hands, you build it.
Get ready to groove under the stars. Windy Rock, the free outdoor concert series at Rock and Brews Casino Bremen, presents Grammy Award-winning multi-platinum legends Rose Royce. August 16th, 8:30 p.m. Get ready to dance to hits like Car Wash.
I wanna get next to you.
I Want to Get Next to You and Wishing on a Star. More details at Rock and Brews Casino Bremen, I-35, exit 231.
Are you tired of living with chronic pain? At Midwest Pain Relief Center, we provide cutting-edge, drug-free therapies to help you live a more active, full life right here in Wichita and the surrounding communities. We're Kansas' top integrated medical clinic focused on finding and treating the root cause for your pain with personalized care. No prescriptions, no unnecessary surgeries. Call 316-295-3662 today or visit MidwestPainReliefCenter.com or drop by 151 North Ridge, Suite 6 in Wichita. Midwest Pain Relief Center. Stop hurting, start healing.
Wichita, where the spirit of the frontier meets the hopes and dreams of tomorrow. I'm Justin Baxter of Baxter & Associates. Since 1976, we've helped Wichita's families and business owners build and protect their legacies. We honor the history that shaped us, and we look ahead to the future we'll create together. Baxter & Associates. Time well spent, money well invested.
Call 316-652-0101 or go to money-planning.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osaic Wealth Incorporated. Member FINRA SIPC. These entities are not affiliated.
Four Seasons RV in Abilene is your premier destination for the highest quality travel trailers, fifth wheels, and toy haulers in Kansas. If you travel for sports, tailgates, or like to kick back at the lake, now is the time to check into kansasrv.com for the best selection on closeout deals. ESPN Wichita listeners can save an additional $500 by mentioning ESPN. Check out kansasrv.com for the best recreational vehicles today.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for ESPN Wichita for allowing me to do this. I'm Stephen Haynes with Hauser Swan. I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Cheers.
Hi, this is Sam Eberly with Wedgwood Golf Course. We want to thank everyone listening to ESPN Wichita for supporting our local business for the past year. Keep it local and happy holidays from all of us at Wedgwood Golf Course.
Round one of the college football playoff. Friday, Oklahoma hosts Alabama. Then on Saturday, it's Miami at Texas A&M. Followed by Tulane at Ole Miss. And finally, James Madison at Oregon. The college football playoff. Round one on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Your home of college football. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Totally.
Sunday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. Two playoff hopefuls square off as the streaking Los Angeles Chargers head to Dallas for a matchup with the Cowboys. Hi, this is Ted Emmerich. Join Steve.
So when are we going to talk about this dream team for the WBC?
When's it going to be all done?
Justin Herbert and the Chargers.
I think they'll still add a few more before the beginning of the new year.
Yeah, I'm
Wichita's home
waiting for the complete
Cowboys.
roster.
ESPN Wichita,
Like it.
92.3 Wichita's new sports leader. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. KKGQ, Newton. This is the Shane Dennis Show on the new ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hello, happy lunchtime. Thanks for stopping by. Shane Dennis Show, Jack Johnson alongside here on a Thursday. It is episode 1120, Shane Dennis Show. And we'll lay out the show for you, let you know what we're going to talk about. Got quite a bit of basketball talk here in hour number one. Need to unpack Wichita State's most recent victory over Wofford. How impressive was it? Was it? We'll talk about that and a myriad of other topics, including a couple of Thursday staples. But before we get going on that, we need to let you newcomers know to the station or the show, there are a couple of different ways you can be a part of the show. Now, I know for a fact that yesterday, maybe not necessarily on this show, but we gave away a few things to some first-time texters. So we always appreciate y'all for interacting with us via the text line or the hotline, but especially you guys or gals that haven't contacted us before. So we always appreciate some new followers. And so we want to let you know that we have a couple different ways for you to either ask questions, make comments, or try to win things when we give them away. We have a couple different numbers for you. Hotline, if you want to call, or if I ask you to call, it's 316-669-4996. That's hotline. So when I ask you to call or you want to, use that number right there, 669-4996. If I ask you to text or if you just want to weigh in on something, then that line is 316-247-0923. So if you want to be a part of the show, but you can't call or you just would rather not call and rather text, that's me. So I'm with you. So give me a text, 316-247-0923. Here's how you can listen in a way that you're not right now. We have every way possible covered. So you have no excuse not to enjoy ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Of course, first and foremost, the radio dial, 92.3 FM. If you got a smart speaker, instead of a radio in your house or device, tell it to play KKGQ 92.3 FM. That ought to do it. If you're on your laptop, your device, or your computer, and you work from home, or you're just hanging out in your office or your man cave in your home, ESPNWichita.com, and click on Listen Live. So you can stream the show that way. And that website will also tell you each and everything going on our station and on our air throughout the course of the day. So we start off with unsportsmanlike, first of all, early. And then New Day with SSJ, and then Clinton and Friends, and then me and my show from noon to 2 every weekday. And then the Pulse with Pat Strathman, our fearless leader, from 2 to 4. And then from 4 to 6, it's the program with Seren Petro. All of those shows, you will find the schedule of events on our website when they are, in case you forget. So bookmark that and click on Listen Live and or check out the podcast. So if you're in your man cave catching up on a little work and it's maybe after hours and you didn't catch parts of any of those shows that I just said and you want to check them out, or you just want to listen to something again, got a podcast page. So on demand, all the shows are archived there and you can re-listen to or listen to something the first time in case you missed it at ESPNWichita.com. Likewise, ESPN Wichita's app, download it. Take us with you wherever you go, regardless of what kind of phone you have. So that's it's kind of the end all be all, no excuse kind of thing. If you got our app on your phone, you can bring up shows that are on live. You can also check out podcasts on that app. So it's very slick and very, very mindless as far as navigating it. Anybody can do it, even a caveman. Download our app. Also, live stream us on Twitter, Facebook, or our YouTube channel. We're live, and you can check us out every time we're at our Equity Bank Park studio, which is where I am right now. So you can check out the Christmas decorations, our bobbleheads, and some of our studio. The only thing that is regrettable is that we don't have a camera that goes 360 so you can see the whole place, but it's better than nothing, right? So you can live stream us on X, on Facebook, and on our YouTube channel, make comments, any and all of those places, in addition to our text line. It's 247-0923. We are at our Equity Bank Park studio. It's December 18th, 352nd day of the year, 13 days left in 2025, 1 week until Christmas. And heading for a high today here in Wichita of 52 degrees. And it's actually 52 degrees right now, but under very gusty and windy conditions. So it may not feel that way. And if you haven't been out or you haven't been out in a while, your hair might not behave because there's a really strong wind out of the north. So beware. But it is sunny and no precip in the forecast. All right, there you have that. I will let you know what we're going to talk about, our talking points, what you can weigh in on, what you can ask about if you'd like. But first, we need to get to Jack Johnson, our producer and contributor and joke teller, with our moment of levity. Jack?
Well, I haven't been edgy in a while, so if you're offended by edginess, I recommend you just pipe down the audio a little bit here. But we'll see how this goes. A man walks into a bar with his monkey and orders a beer. The monkey starts causing all kinds of chaos, jumping around, and eventually grabs a pool ball and eats it. The bartender is furious and kicks them out, yelling, "Never come back here." A week later, the man and monkey return. The monkey begins putting grapes up its backside before eating them.
Oh.
When asked by the disgusted bartender why the monkey does this, the man explains that ever since eating the pool ball, the monkey checks to see if it fits first.
Did you hear about the new movie coming out about shredded cheese?
No.
It's G-rated.
Much softer than mine.
And not my best either, but that's all right. Today, Jack, answer the telephone like Buddy the Elf Day is today. So I can't check you on this, but when I ask for lottery tickets, I need you to answer the phone.
Oh, boy.
Do you know how Buddy the Elf answered the phone? Do you remember that?
Word for word? No. So I need to look it back up again.
Buddy the Elf, what's your favorite color?
What's your favorite color?
That's how he answered the phone.
Okay.
So
I'll give it a go.
I'll challenge you to do that. But like I said, I can't fact check you because I can't hear you answer the phone. National Twin Days today and National Regifting Day is today. You ever regifted something?
I have not, actually.
I don't think I have either. Yeah, I can't bring myself to do it. Let's see here. Born Day today. A couple of notable sports birthdays, which we'll get to in IOJY a little bit later on. But also, Steven Spielberg, 79. It's the born day of Ray Liotta, R.I.P., Goodfellas, Field of Dreams, Copland, I guess. Ron White, comedian, is 69. Brad Pitt, 62. Katie Holmes, 47. Christina Aguilera, 45. Not a bad birthday day here on December 18th. Notable events of December 18th. Way back in 1777, the U.S. celebrated its first Thanksgiving. So we made some adjustments there, apparently. Texter has said that would be worth calling in just to hear Jack say that. Well, Texter, there's only one way to find out if he's going to say that or not. Although I don't want to have you all bombard Jack with phone calls just to hear him answer the phone like Buddy the Elf. So be judicious with your phone calls to Jack. He's got a job to do. So, all right, there you go. There's December the 18th. Here's what we're going to talk about today. In the first segment, Wichita State got its first opportunity to get back in the win column after a really disappointing and you name it, it's probably accurate loss to DePaul on Saturday. They played Wofford last night out of the Southern Conference and won the game 84-73. We got some thoughts on that here in the first segment here in just a little bit. And then we'll have some Paul Mills audio, his post-game reaction, what he thought of a multitude of different things. So here's some Mills audio. And we'll also get you ready for the Eastern Kentucky game. They come to town on Sunday the 21st for a 4 p.m. tip against the Oval Shocks. before WSU jumps into American play. So we'll have a little Mills audio at 12:25. We'll also kind of take a look around the American, see who's doing what. Memphis lost last night, although no shame in that because they played Vandy and battled for Tennessee. But we'll look around the American, see who's doing what, and also call for some lottery tickets coming up later on in hour number 1 as well. Just a reminder, because we are so close, not to pat ourselves on the back around here, but we're so close to Christmas that Pat and I have decided to double up on the lottery ticket giveaways. So be listening in this particular show, hour number 1, for your opportunity to win $30 in scratchers from the Kansas Lottery. They're called Winter Cash Bonus. That'll be a little bit later on. We'll be giving you a chance to win a bunch of money. So we hope you do, and thank you for listening in advance. The Twitter tournament, round 4. So the final 4 before the final 4. Got 4 more songs for you, Christmas-wise, for you to vote on, your favorite, to see which goes on to play for the championship tomorrow. The greatest of the all-time Christmas songs will culminate in we'll crown a champion tomorrow, but we got one more round before we get there. And the 4 songs are up and live and available for you to vote and repost right this second. So head on over at some point at ESPN Wichita to vote for your favorite of the 4 that are up there, Christmas songs, and their artists as well. And then hour number 2, as normal, on a Thursday during football season, we'll have Pick 6, courtesy of Busch Light. We'll have 10, by my count, games to pick, and your opportunity to get qualified to win the Busch Light sign. I will let you know what prediction to make come 1 o'clock, and then you can text in your prediction of who's going to cover in one of the college football playoff games. So be listening for that, 1 o'clock, your opportunity to win something from us. And then at 1:25, catch up with Jamie Bluma from courtesy of American Shaman Wichita, American Shaman Derby. Get his thoughts on the Michael Garcia extension and the other ancillary moves that the Royals have either made or might make coming up here in the near future. And of course, if anything goes down today, Royal trade-wise or free agent signing-wise, although I don't know much about the latter, but there's plenty of conversation about the former, that they might still make a trade over the coming days. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that. So we'll talk to old Jamie at 1:25 about all things Kansas City Royals, maybe a few other things. That comes your way a little over an hour from right now. And then I'm old Jax Young at the end of the show, December 18th version. We will celebrate some birthdays, have a little bit of pop culture talk, a little bit of crosstalk with Pat Strathman. He's going to slide in here and get you ready for the Pulse from 2 to 4 this afternoon. So there you go. There is your show. That's what you got to look forward to. If you want to text about any of those topics that you just heard, you are more than welcome. As a matter of fact, we're thrilled to interact with you. If you're on topic, you got a question, and of course, most importantly, if I see it in time. That text line, by the way, just to clarify, Chance Lebo, who does Red Friday, who fills in for me sometimes, who fills in for Pat sometimes. He's our Swiss Army knife. He sees those texts. I see them. Pat Strathman sees them. And so when you text in with a question or comment, if we see them in time and it's on topic and we can get to it, we'll read them on the air and answer your questions or interact with you that way on the text line. So your most immediate way to get to us is 316-247-0923. So last night, Wichita State entertained Wofford out of the Southern Conference for the first time ever, by the way, in basketball. And if you didn't see it, Wofford was a team that made it to the NCAA tournament last year. Now that, of course, is the aim of all basketball coaches in the non-conference, not only schedule games that you hope to win, but schedule games against teams that you hope win a bunch of games in their conference coming up that's fought this upcoming year. Now, it's a Rubik's Cube kind of, and I know that's a phrase that's dating myself, but for those of a certain age, you know what the reference is. It's kind of a crapshoot every year. And who knows what Wofford is going to do this year, although they were a 19-win team last year, but the only reason why they went to the tournament is they won the SoCon conference tournament where they beat Furman in the championship. But not to take anything away from them, but their at-large resume, etc., wasn't all that strong a year ago, and it's not all that strong right now. But all that being said, that gives you a little backstory of Wofford, who's playing this year under a brand new head coach who was hired very, very late. He was hired in September of this year, so just a couple of months ago. And the reasons were kind of under the surface as far as why the head coach that took him to the tournament a year ago was dismissed. But what you do need to know is the coach currently for Wofford used to play there. He was an assistant for a handful of years. He moved on to Virginia Tech and was the assistant coach at Virginia Tech the last 6 years before coming back and basically going back to his alma mater and coaching Wofford this year and beyond. But that kind of catches you up a little bit on Wofford. They were 7-4 coming into the game, and their Ken Palm rating was in the 220s. So it was a game that Wichita State was favored by double digits. It wasn't quite the same when DePaul came to town. Shockers were a favorite, but not basically twice as many points they were favored by against Wofford as they were against DePaul, which anytime you're a home favorite and you have, not to make this about DePaul, but you have a Big East team, I don't care who it is, coming into your arena, boy, you need to win that game. And the fact that they didn't, due in large part to a bunch of missed free throws and an inability to play defense in the middle part of the first half, really is going to have the coaching staff and the players kicking themselves probably for quite a while. Now, the key is, though, not to let DePaul beat you twice. And to the Shockers' credit, they didn't. They won last night. They led wire to wire. The final score was 84-73. There were plenty of really good things to take away from the win last night. And I got to admit something, first of all. If you watched the game on the Plus last night, and or if you heard me preview the game yesterday, and maybe the day before even, here on the show, one thing that I pointed out was, and it was kind of a key to the game sort of deal, was that Wofford is really short. Their average height, and Ken Palm has an analytic for everything, they are 354 in the country in average height. So they're not very big. They had one guy that was 6'9", and he was in foul trouble pretty much the entire night. It was one of their freshmen. His name is Brian Sumter. He's 6'9", and they had a guy named Rex Sterling that went 6'8". Those were the biggest guys on the team. So it was a pretty stark contrast between Wofford last night and DePaul on Saturday, because DePaul is tall and long and kind of everything that Wofford wasn't. One thing that I kind of glossed over accidentally, didn't intentionally leave this out, Wichita State, despite having Emmanuel Okorafor and Will Berg, they're not all that tall either, all the way across the board. And when you got a guy like Drake Kendall and Kenyon Giles, that certainly is going to drag down the average height of your team too. They are 327 in the country when it comes to average height. But, and I think the line we can draw here is two pretty big exceptions with Okorafor at 6'10 and Will Berg at 7'2. So you've got two legitimate big guys to kind of erase some mistakes by some of the smaller backcourt players. If their guy, for example, beats them off the dribble, Will Berg's back there. Emmanuel Okorafor is back there to either alter or block shots, which, and to some degree, when he's in there, although he didn't play as much last night, Noah Hill, who has provided some rim protection and some shot altering abilities at times, and Jarrett Valencia, too, who played a pretty good role in the game last night. He's 6'9", pretty long, came from Monmouth as a shot blocker, his reputation. So all that a long-winded way of saying Shockers were on paper likely to enjoy an advantage against Wofford that they weren't afforded against DePaul, due in large part to Will Berg not playing at all against DePaul. So you fast forward to last night, and certainly it wasn't a Rembrandt, but as we'll hear here in a little bit from Paul Mills, considering you never trailed and never were really able to put them away, probably speaks more to Wofford's grit and fight than it does Wichita State's inability to put them away. And I'm not trying to go glass half full here on Wichita State. They already won the game. They won it by 11 and never trailed. But in this day and age of players coming and going, and you never know what those players' backgrounds may have been. In other words, where they come from, what program they come from. You play Wofford, you see the spread, you think you ought to win by 20. It doesn't always happen that way. And what I will say, though, is part of this is kind of a feather in Wofford's cap. Part of it's a feather in Wichita State's cap. Shockers led by 12 at halftime. It was 41-29. And then Wofford came out with an 8-0 run in the second half. They played completely different in the first 2.5 minutes than they did in the first 20. And Shockers were on their heels. And Paul Mills will allude to this. He'll bring this up in the next segment when he talked to the media last night. So a 12-point lead was suddenly 41-37. They got it down to 4. And then Wichita State got it all the way back up to double digits again, only to see Wofford get it back down to 4 again. The Shockers countered to get it up to double digits again, and Wofford got it back down to 4 again. 3 times, Wofford in the second half made it a 2-possession game. And all 3 times, Wichita State countered. And it wasn't just some fluky turnover or dumb play by Wofford, although there were some of those down the stretch. One of their better players, their best player, Kamari Holmes, with Wofford trailing by 4, and I think it was the 3rd time they got it down to 4, he dribbled the ball behind his back and just flung it out of bounds. He was trying to dribble from his right hand to his left hand behind his back with a defender in front of him, and he just bounced it out of bounds. He whiffed with his left hand, gave it back to Wichita State, and consequently, the Shockers, each and every time it got down to 4, built it back up again and won it by the final of 84-73. Individually, really, really good job, and a job of emerging to be a scoring threat as Dre Kendall, the backup point guard, or 1A point guard, because he and Kenyon Giles are in there at the same time quite a bit. But the junior college transfer, Dre Kendall, who is a pass first, create for others point guard, is true point guard. 19 points last night on 6 shots. He was 5 of 6 from the floor, 8 of 9 from the line, a season best 19 points to go along with Kenyon Giles' 22. And they welcomed Will Berg back to the team. And Berg came off the bench, due in large part to there being some question whether he was going to play. I think all the brain trust and those in the know at Wichita State felt like he was going to play, but it wasn't a slam dunk, if you pardon the pun. But he was able, played quite a bit, played very well. And also kudos to Emmanuel Okorafor, who earned another start after going 12-8 against DePaul in a season best 32 minutes against the Blue Demons. And he's basically out there doing it by himself with Berg on the bench. But Okorafor wasn't quite as good against Wofford, got into foul trouble, and Wilberg came to the rescue. 15 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 blocks. So all that long-winded way of saying, number one, it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't perfect, wasn't a thing of beauty. But if you never trail in a game at home against a Division I opponent, you'll take that, especially on the heels of DePaul ripping their hearts out, showing it to them, and then pushing their dead bodies aside. Didn't let DePaul beat them twice. And while not overwhelming Wofford, kept them at arm's length virtually the entire game. And it seems to me like, even though the statistics don't totally bear it out, because TJ Williams and Drake Kendall have basically kind of in the scoring column, it just, and let me know what you think, Shocker fans, but it seems like the first 6 games, besides Kenyon Giles, we'll take him out of the equation because he's scored in every way and in every game that the Shockers have played this year. But as far as the Robin to his Batman, it felt like it was TJ Williams the first 6 games, and now he's kind of passed the baton to Drake Kendall. And I looked up the numbers. TJ Williams averaged 9.8 points per game in the first 6, which is, I don't know, I don't want to put a number on it, but I would say it's 4 or 5 points a game more than maybe anybody expected from a freshman that had to sit out all last year due to injury and had a 15-point game mixed in there. But all in all, he was a useful offensive weapon driving to the basket, TJ Williams, and he still is. But his first 6 games, he was averaging 9.8 points per game. And in the next 6, including last night, Drake Kendall is averaging 9.5 points a game, which I think if you gave everybody truth serum, you wouldn't have expected that out of him because he is not a shoot first. He's not an Iverson type of point guard that looks for his shot. Quite the contrary. He looks for everybody else. But as we'll hear from Paul Mills here in just a second, if you know you've got a pass first, reluctant shooting point guard, the opposing defense is going to fan out and not guard you. And Drake Kendall's smart enough to know that you got to be a threat. And while he did make a 3-pointer and get fouled, by the way, he looked to drive and he created a lot for himself in the paint at only 5'10" or 5'11". And Giles he doesn't go much bigger than that either. But those two guys combined for 41 of Wichita State's 84. And when you add in Wilberg's 15 off the bench, that was a little bit too much for Wofford to overcome. So kind of singing the praises of Drake Kendall, taking that baton from TJ Williams of being another guy to be a threat besides Kenyon Giles and to a lesser degree, Karan Boyd. Boyd is pretty much a shoe-in for 10 points and 8 rebounds every game. Kind of like, even though they're different players, kind of like Quincy Ballard was last year. Like you could pencil in 10 points and 7 rebounds from Ballard. Karan Boyd's kind of that guy to shoulder a little bit of the scoring load. But Drake Kendall has been too. I'll be very interested to see how he does scoring-wise once the Shockers get into American play. So if you got thoughts, let me know what they are. Got questions, let me know what they are. 316-247-0923. When we return, we will hear from Paul Mills post-game and let you know what he thought about the game last night, coaching against an assistant coach that used to be here. Andrew Muse is on the Wofford staff. He was on Paul Mills' staff last 2 years, so he will address those questions as well and just let you know what he thought generally about Wichita State's 84-73 win over Wofford. Again, Giles 22, Kendall 19 off the bench, Berg 15 and 7 with a couple of blocks off the bench. And Jared Valencia had a few moments last night as well off the bench, 6 points and 5 rebounds, including a dunk to put Shockers up 6 in one of those 3 times that the Terriers got within 4 in the second half. 316-247-0923. When we return, Paul Mills audio from the presser last night. That's next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. Celebrate the Red Tag sales event with huge year-end savings on all makes and models. Check out 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Custom 4x4 and save up to $12,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing. Check out the 2026 Chevy Colorado Z71 4x4 with up to $8,000 off MSRP and 3.9% financing for 60 months. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tag, title, tax, and administrative fees expire January 2nd, 2026.
Gillies Park City is now open. The party has started, and the only thing missing is you. Join us for live entertainment and an intimate, high-energy hockey talk you won't find anywhere else with 10 shows in 17 days, and tickets are still available. Dig into Bold Barbecue, place your bets trackside, catch your favorite teams in our huge sports bar, and level up the fun with arcade-style games and thrilling gaming machines. Come play, let loose, and feel the energy you can only get at Gillies, just minutes north of Wichita and Park City, or visit playgillies.com.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs.
You'll have Twin
knowledge-based
Peaks after
jobs,
this segment.
and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Need new appliances for the holiday season? Menards is the place to shop. We have appliances ready to take home today. Whether you want new laundry appliances or need upgrades for your kitchen, you'll be sure to find appliances that'll make your life easier. Visit our excellent in-stock appliance selection today. Plus, check out menards.com to view all of our great deals happening this week.
4 seasons greetings to you all from Menards.
Hey, ESPN Wichita, let's have a KC watch party Sunday, December 21st at Gillies Park City. Hang out at the Golden Circle Sports Bar with 2 50-foot screens, and we'll cheer on Kansas City.
I'm not sure if you heard me earlier, but Twin Peaks after this segment.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Game day eats and ice-cold beverages will be served Sunday the 21st at the brand-new Gillies in Park City with ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow.
Ah, yes, old Dino.
Man, it doesn't show.
Let It Snow. That's one of the 4 you can pick from on our final round. The qualifier of our Twitter tournament has to do with Christmas songs and the people that sing them. There's one of them up there. All right, it's 12:34. You get some Paul Mills audio, and I will set these responses up for you a little bit because I'm not exactly sure how clear the questions are. So I know sometimes if you can't hear the questions, the responses sometimes don't make all that much sense. Although Paul's pretty comprehensive when it comes to what he's talking about. You have a decent idea of what the question was. First of all, last night, the first question is, I think it's first question. He talks about the adjustments that Wichita State had to make defensively in that second half, specifically the first couple of minutes, because in the first half, Wofford shot 15 3-pointers. So the expectation was, here they come again. And it didn't work out that way. And that was a big reason why the 8-0 run happened. He also talked, of course, about Drake Kendall, the availability and the toughness of Will Berg coming back from that ankle injury. Made it sound like it was, like I said, not a no-brainer that Berg was going to play last night. So he talks about that. Also, he talks about the benefit of facing a team that plays adjusting defenses. If you didn't watch the game last night, Wofford alternated between man, 1-3-1 and 2-3, and sometimes in response to plays that Paul Mills was calling out himself. And again, a little bit of a side story or subplot to the game last night. Andrew Muse is an assistant at Wofford, and he spent 2 years on Paul Mills' staff as recently as last year. So you could, if you were in the arena, see responses by Andrew Muse on the Wofford bench after Paul Mills was calling out plays and hand signaling. So you had that little kind of counterpoint of Andrew Muse and Wofford trying to counter what they thought they knew Wichita State was going to run. And to be honest, and you'll notice during the audio when he gets that question, Mills kind of poo-poos that and seems to not really care if the other team knows what Shockers are running or not. It all comes down to execution. But that will come up. Also, he references JV. That's Jarrett Valencia, who had 6 points and had a few moments off the Shocker bench, as I mentioned in the previous segment. And also regarding the adjusting defenses by Wofford, UAB does that a little bit too. And that's the Shockers' first conference opponent coming up on New Year's Eve down in Birmingham. They adjust and they play some zones too. So there was some benefit to playing and trying to solve Wofford's adjusting defenses on the fly last night. So those are the questions that Paul will respond to. And here's what he had to say last night after the game.
Good win, good to lead start to finish.
Want to play this
and,
in full?
You know, teams get close and you have to be able to respond. You know, every day isn't sunny. And just thought our guys responded. They were able to come out in the second half and really hit us with a punch. They ended up shooting 15 threes there in the first half. And so we changed our pick and roll coverage simply because we thought they would probably shoot another 15, and they were way more aggressive to the rim and just kind of playing through us. And we just didn't do a good job of moving our wall and defending without fouling. We picked up a lot of them quick. So to give up 25 free throws, and then there were some possessions, especially in the first half, where our guards just did not run down basketballs, and thought our lack of physicality getting to the ball and then our lack of physicality in the second half, that stuff comes back and bites you. But we responded. It's good to have Will Berg out there. I thought Dre provided a spark. And when you needed to make shots, KG and Mike did.
And can you talk about that a little more, just Will and Dre's contributions tonight?
Yeah, I thought immediately, you know, like we leveled up when Dre came into the game. You know,
Jack,
there
did
was
you watch
some,
that TikTok I sent last night?
Passive and just weren't taking advantage of their pick and roll defense. We kind of worked on it the last 2 days. They're just so far back, and really thought that we weren't physical enough on the ball and we weren't going. And then I thought Dre was deferring, and he goes in there and the ball gets tipped, and just told him like that they know you're attempting to pass. And so I thought his aggressiveness, which ended up, you know, all but one of his free throws are off of paint touches. He gets fouled off the three-pointer. But for him to go 8 of 9 from the free throw line, but I thought it was his aggressiveness that kind of put us and gave us a spark. And it opened some things up on the perimeter, because if you're not a scorer as a point guard and you're not going in to score, then people just fan out because they understand that there's predictability there. So other than that first possession, I thought he did a great job of just maintaining paint touches and playing with force.
And I guess, would you say Dre has been that consistent spark plug at this point?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, again, you need to be able to go to your bench. I mean, what did our bench give us? 40 points tonight, and you know, we brought Will off of it and didn't know if Will was going to be able to go today. And a lot of credit goes to Will. And he just really handled his recovery well, wanted to be out there, and felt bad about not being able to be there the other day, and thought he really pushed himself in order to make sure that he was capable. And I just thought that and if you go back to everything that Dre was able to do, it provided a spark.
Is that like typical for like a junior college point guard to come in and you have to, there's that feeling out process? You feel like he's starting to put it together now, figure out how to play this?
Yeah, I mean, the old adage is it takes them a semester. Wasn't happy. I thought we left a lot of meat on the bone there at halftime, and one of them was not running down a rebound. That was KG that we needed to make sure that we run down. And then E-Man missed a dunk that was right around the rim, and then Dre fouls at 94 feet. And so there's some things there, right? I mean, there's no such thing as a perfect player, but it's their response afterward. Do they immediately understand, like, what I just did put our team in a bad situation? And I think Dre understands that. If you'd have come in here, I had an 8:30 a.m. meeting this morning, and I hear the ball dribbling, and I get pretty disappointed when I hear the ball dribbling and it's not one of our guys. And so sometimes the women's team is in here, and those young ladies work really hard. And it was Dre, and Dre was getting after it at 8:30 this morning. And I was like, man, we have shoot around at 12:30, and he's out here pushing himself. He loves the game of basketball. His care factor is through the roof, and I think he really absorbs everything that he's being taught. He didn't have a great practice on Monday. It wasn't bad, it just wasn't great. But I thought, Monday, I thought Tuesday's practice yesterday was phenomenal. Like the energy, the juice, and he brings it, and he's figuring things out. And again, it usually takes 12, 15 games, and he's figuring things out.
If you look at this game, you view it as like, hey, it's a double-digit win at home, we did some things well, or is it like, hey, we had a double-digit lead, we let them come back to 4? How much of did you see the growth you wanted out of this group tonight?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen, right? I mean, other teams just don't, hey, you got a 12-point lead, you're going to get to keep it. Like, they're going to come back, and you're going to have to deal with runs. Other teams have good players, so other teams are going to go on runs. The question is can you respond? And you know what? I thought we did. I thought KG's shot was big. There was no hesitation off of a weave action. I thought Michael's shot was big. It was actually, I think it's hard sometimes for players to have some fluidity if they're just constantly changing defenses. And we didn't do well against Western Kentucky. I know they trimmed an 11-point lead down to 4. Before they switched defenses to the box and one, but they were going 2-3, they were going 1-3-1. Thought we were a little passive on the interior. JV ends up getting a strip. TJ doesn't shoot. But when they're bouncing between defenses and you have a group, you have 12 new guys, there's going to be a little bit of confusion. And so, again, I mean, runs are going to happen. You just have to make sure that you respond, and I thought our guys did.
Speaking toward their response, it seems like the guys are really bought in and they take accountability. Last week after the loss, even tonight after the win, is that nice to see after your guys, or they're just all bought in?
Yeah, I'm a big Michael Jackson fan, and he had a song called "Starts with the Man in the Mirror." It's what you have to do, right? You have to look in the mirror. You got to find ways that you can get better. Appreciate the fact that Wofford played so much zone, because I thought some actions that I thought would be pretty fluid and seamless just didn't, that wasn't carried over. So UAV does the same thing, play 1-3-1, switch to 2-3. So we get to go back and kind of work on that, and it's good because you hate to go into a game like that right before the new year and not be prepared. But I will tell you, we've got a group that, takes accountability. I can tell you Sunday's film session was a lot of guys just owning up to the fact that, we have to be better. And again, I think a lot of it is a credit to being a good basketball player is a lifestyle. Like, it's just not something you kind of just show up and do. It's something. And I thought our commitment from a film session on Sunday night to how we approached the last 2 days was really good.
There are a few times you call out a play on offense and Wofford's bench would repeat it back. Does that do anything for you, like schematically, play calling wise?
No, I'm really impressed if you can know your own plays and memorize ours too. So good. I hope you call it louder, because there were a couple of occasions where a couple of our guys didn't know the plays. So I don't care if the other team knows the plays. It doesn't really matter to me. And so if you know your plays and ours, like, salute, like, props to you. But it does zero to me. In fact, I mean, like, we don't hide our plays. Like, I mean, I don't cover my mouth. This isn't football. I mean, we'll show you the hand signals. I'll give you all the plays if you want them. But again, we probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of about 130. And so if you know yours and ours, salute.
Jared Valencia, how close is he to becoming a more consistent, I guess, rotation contributor?
Just, I mean, again, we needed somebody who could fill in the gaps and be able to step up. And I had individual meetings with a number of these guys on Sunday, and then I doubled up with several of them on Monday. And we need somebody who would step up. And he had 2 phenomenal days of practice. I mean, phenomenal. And his rebounds per minute, they rank where Dre ranks offensively and defensively. And we just showed him. Like, at the end, you're required to be way more assertive than what you are. And we need you to be, because we need somebody to step up. Because he had 2 phenomenal days of practice, I was going to play him first. He actually made on Monday, he was 2 for 2 from the 3-point line. So I'm glad he shot that left wing one there in the first half with confidence. But also thought that he was going after the ball and like not just settling. He had a tendency to coast. His preseason practice was great until he got the growing injury, and we just haven't seen that JV. But he's had a couple of good days of practices, and I'm glad he showed up and asserted himself.
Back and forth for a lot of this one. How do you feel to kind of weather it?
Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? I mean, that's the way success works, right? You lose, you lose, you lose, you lose, you lose, and you have to have the right mental framework. And then guess what happens? You start to win. And just having been a part of teams where it's not always going to go your way like that. I mean, that's the nature, not only of basketball, but that's how all our professions work. Is like, man, you've got to get better. You've got to get better. And so there's going to be times other teams have good players. We were really aware. If you go look at Nils and what he did at UCF, and you go look at him versus Tier A teams, we knew he would level up. And then you see what 11 did and his ability to play through. We showed that film on Sunday night. So, again, we can clean some things up, specifically in how we defend. I didn't think from a schematic standpoint, there were much issues. They were running some switches out of their pistol action in order to get KG, and we decided to leave those guys on an island. But was really, again, happy at just how we handled things. We still got a little bit of the wrong mental approach from our free throw line. I think TJ and KB got some carry over there that they need to go in and keep shooting and being able to fix. But I was, from a defensive standpoint, how we handled all that. The coverage was good. It was just the defending without fouling that wasn't. Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go. There's Paul Mills after the game last night. The upcoming opponent for Wichita State is Eastern Kentucky. That's Sunday afternoon at 4:00 at Charles Koch Arena. That's also an ESPN Plus game if you want to check that out. EKU 4-8. So that figures to be another win for Wichita State on paper anyway. They're out of the A-Sun. They are statistically not much on guarding anybody. They are 304 in the Ken Palm in adjusted defense. And the 2 of the 4 wins that they have are against non-Division ones. They did win their last game, which was last night. They beat Jacksonville State. That was a coin flip game and won that game by 3. It was on the road. 2 of their 4 wins are on the road. One was against Eastern Illinois, the other against Jacksonville State last night. But again, not all that strong of a team, maybe a little bit even weaker statistically and Ken Palm wise than Wofford was last night. So we'll see what the spread and the total is and all that good stuff as we get a little bit closer. But Sunday afternoon figures to be another tune-up game for Wichita State. And we'll see how that one goes against Sunday the 21st at 4:00, Wichita State and Eastern Kentucky out of the A-Sun. All right, when we come back, we need to get to our Twitter question. It is part of a tournament. It's the final 4 for you to vote for before we actually get to the last 4. They're Christmas songs, and they are your favorites. We've done this a couple of years in a row. We're doing it again 4 of them up there right now for you to vote and repost if you don't mind at ESPN Wichita. Twitter is coming up next, 12:50.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
This holiday season, give your family, clients, and coworkers the gift of Booth Creek Wagyu. Booth Creek Wagyu gift boxes provide the world's best steaks, burgers, hot dogs, jerky, sausages, and seasonings that are changing the way America eats beef. Choose from mouth-watering options like the classic sirloin box for less than $100, or go big with the amazing Grill Masters Reserve box. Order yours today at boothcreekwagyu.com or visit our location at 21st and Webb.
What do people with blindness
No
or
Twin
low
Peaks?
vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them.
It
It's skill
disappeared, so I
development,
guess we'll just
scientific
move it
breakthrough,
to the second
knowledge-based jobs,
hour.
and the same opportunities.
We'll do it before
everywhere else. When you
Jamie.
give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations.
Actually, you
or
know
your
what? We'll just do it
engagement, you make
after
all
after
possible.
Twitter,
That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the
just to get it out of the way and not
They
worry about
value
it.
the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Toppers Plus Truck and RV, your RV headquarters, now offers Rhino Linings Eco Coat, a spray-on roof lining to protect your RV from daily wear. It's 100% seamless, won't crack or peel, UV resistant, lasts 3 times longer than a rubber roof with a Toppers Plus lifetime leak-free guarantee. Shop in-stock accessories including sewer and electrical items, freshwater hoses, stabilizing kits, lock kits, AC filter parts, and RV decor. Get your free RV roof inspection at Toppers Plus Truck and RV, 333 Northwest Street or toppersplusks.com.
Make your truck work for you.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. Are you ready to make some money betting the games? College football playoffs are here. The NFL is in full swing, and we are making a ton of money. December has been incredibly profitable, not just in football and basketball, but across all sports. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get signed up today for $299. Get all the football through the end of the month. $399 gets you football and hoops through the end of the month, or add everything and make even more. FatJackSports.com. Go through the end of the year and make the most for the best price. Get signed up today.
Round 1 of the college football playoff. Friday, Oklahoma hosts Alabama. Then on Saturday, it's Miami at Texas A&M. Followed by Tulane at Ole Miss. And finally, James Madison at Oregon. The college football playoff. Round 1 on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Your home of college football. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Rocking around the Christmas tree at the Christmas party.
All right, let's knock out a few things in this particular segment in addition to the Twitter. What do you say? First of all, we have $30 in winter cash bonus from the Kansas Lottery to give away. And normally do this going out of a break, but we're going to do it right now. So let's knock this out. Call Jack, 316-669-4996. If you want to win $30 in winter cash bonus from the Kansas Lottery, you can enter holiday scratch tickets into Play On for a chance to win up to $20,000 in winter cash bonus second chance drawings. And you can also play Kansas Lottery online with Play On. You can play games, purchase Powerball, and Mega Millions, and enter drawings and promotions all from your phone or device. So give Jack a call at 316-669-4996 to win $30 in winter cash bonus from the Kansas Lottery. Also, the Twitter question, of course, you just heard Rocking Around the Christmas Tree by Brenda Lee. She is among the quartet for you to vote for right now. Still got a few hours left to vote if you haven't headed on over to the Twitter or the X machine at ESPN Wichita. So check out those 4. It's round 4. We already have had 3 move on to tomorrow. The winners of the first 3 heats, as it were, Holly Jolly Christmas, Burl Ives, Bobby Helms, Jingle Bell Rock made it, as did Bing Crosby's White Christmas. So, and we've got a winner from the for the lottery tickets. So no more calls. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Brennan. Hopefully you get rich here in the near future. So far, in round 4, the leader is Let It Snow by Dean Martin, who we heard in hour number 1. 41.7%. 25% said Rocking Around the Christmas Tree, the one you heard just a second ago. 19.4%, Mr. Grinch by Thurl Ravenscroft, the unforgettable voice of old Thurl singing Mr. Grinch. And All I Want for Christmas Is You by Mariah Carey is only getting 13.9% of the vote. So the voting has been interesting to say the least in this latest iteration of a Christmas song tournament that I am so fond of doing over the years. But so far, old Dino is carrying the day, nearly 42% of the vote, but you still have a few hours left to vote, repost, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All right, coming up here in just a little bit, we have our Pick Six segment, courtesy of Busch Light. Chance will be in here, and we'll actually pick 10 games, including the wild card, coming up here in a little bit, and your chance to get qualified to win the Busch Light sign. But before we do that, we want to let you know, through tomorrow's the last day of this little kind of, I don't know what you would call it, an opportunity to give for you in cooperation with the Wichita Wind Surge. They will be collecting mittens, socks, and gloves to be donated to the Wichita Family Crisis Center. So through tomorrow, you got one more day, today and tomorrow, I guess. You fans can visit the Wichita Wind Surge team store right here at Equity Bank Park and donate said mittens, socks, or gloves. Now, they got to be new. They accept new, and that's it. So if, like I said, if you have the means, you have the time, please come out and donate. Not only will you feel better about what you're doing, you will get a little bit of a perk as well. Fans who donate 2 packs or more of socks, mittens, or gloves will get 2 packs donated. You get 25% discount at the team store. If you donate 4 packs or pairs, you'll get a 30% discount at the team store. And if you donate 10 or more mittens, socks, or gloves, you'll receive a 40% discount and a complimentary Harry Potter Wind Surge cap. Only new mittens, gloves, and socks will be accepted. Thank you so much. Tomorrow's the last day for you to do that here in conjunction with the Wichita Wind Surge at the team store here at Equity Bank Park. We hope everybody in the community is able to participate between now and tomorrow. All right, when we come back, we'll have our Busch Light Pick Six segment, in which we'll pick 10 games, including the college football playoff opening rounds. But before we do that, we want to give you all a head start on your opportunity to get qualified to win the Busch Light sign. It's the first time we've had an opportunity to give this one away. We've given away the Bud Light sign last couple of years, but this one's pretty handsome as well. Busch Light sign is on the line. And here's what I want from you guys or gals. Normally we have KU or K-State. They're featured in the Pick Six, but neither one of them are playing in a bowl game. So what we're going to do right now, since this is virtually a pick 'em, Alabama is favored over OU by 1.5. What I want from you is for you to text me at 316-247-0923. Who's going to cover between Alabama and Oklahoma? Again, it's virtually a pick 'em, so you don't need to necessarily rack your brain too much. Who do you think is going to cover? It's a 1.5 point spread. Bama is favored at OU. Who's going to cover? 316-247-0923. Is it Alabama or is it Oklahoma? If you're on the right side, your name will go into the hopper and you'll have an opportunity to win that Busch Light sign at the end of the football season. Who's going to cover? Bama or OU? 316-247-0923. Pick Six is coming up next.
Wichita's
Twin Peaks.
new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
Hey, if you consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur, then you belong at Twin Peaks. They are proud to pour an exclusive and extensive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas, including their barrel selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supplies are limited, so check with your favorite lodge to see what's being poured. Cheers to rare finds, great times, and scenic views at Twin Peaks. And it is also the season for you to buy holiday bonus cards. Buy a gift card for someone on your list, and they'll hook you up with a bonus card just for you. Because Giving feels great, but getting rewarded for it feels even better. So share the gift of crave-worthy food, ice cold beer, and good times at Twin Peaks. Treat yourself while you're at it. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Are you looking for the perfect blend of football and betting insight? What Are the Chances has you covered live every Sunday at the FanDuel Sportsbook inside the Kansas Star Casino at 11 a.m. Each week, we break down the biggest games, hottest lines, and smartest plays to keep you in the know before kickoff. It's everything you need to stay ahead of the action. What Are the Chances? Only at the Kansas Star Casino, 11 a.m. every Sunday on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. Celebrate the Red Tag sales event with huge year-end savings on all makes and models. Check out 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Custom 4x4 and save up to $12,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing. Check out the 2026 Chevy Colorado Z71 4x4 with up to $8,000 off MSRP and 3.9% financing for 60 months. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tag, title, tax, and administrative fees expire January 2nd, 2026.
Hey, football fans, break out the Bendito on game day with El Bendito Yankee Tequila. It's an ultra-premium tequila made from 100% Blue Weber agave from the highlands of Jalisco, Mexico. There's no fake colorings or flavors in their verified additive-free Blanco, Reposado, and Añejo. Pick it up at your local store or ask for it at your favorite restaurant or bar. Always win with the undefeated flavor of El Bendito Yankee, the official tequila of game day. And you can go to elbenditoyankee.com to learn more.
When it comes to money, what matters most to you? It's not an easy question because your answer can change at a moment's notice. At Commerce Bank, we have 160 years of helping people ask themselves that question and providing financial solutions that are tailored to your ever-changing wants and needs. From setting short-term goals to planning for your future, if it matters to you, it matters to us. And together, we'll find the answers that matter. Commerce Bank. Challenge accepted. Member FDIC.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Yeah, the guys are down. Busted their butt to win the game. I wouldn't expect anything less.
Just something, man.
No, they wanted to try. They wanted to win the game, but it didn't happen.
We'd be selfish to ask God why right now, why this. Build from it. We love that. That's my guy. It's Pat Mahomes.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
All right, welcome back. 102 here on a Thursday. Chance Lebo's here. Jack is standing by. I'm here. It's time again for Pick Six, brought to you by Busch Light. As our picks dwindle down a little bit toward the end of the season, all the way through the end of the Super Bowl, which we will certainly be able to create enough action to carry us through the next month or so. But it's getting down to it, and Chance has pretty much led wire to wire. This past weekend, Jack and Chance has kind of floundered around. I actually made a move, but you wouldn't know it because of, I was in the cellar. But anyway, we got 10 games, including a wild card. They will include all the college football playoff games, the Hawaii Bowl, a couple of NFL games, and then, of course, game of our choosing, be it a side total or whatever. So, as of right this second, Chance is 72-66. Been above 500, well above 500 pretty much all year. Jack is 66-71-1. So he's within shouting distance anyway of Chance. He gave a few back to the field this past weekend. And then yours truly, 58-79-1 after going 5-2 last weekend. Chance, you go first here. We're going to start with the one that everybody has an opportunity to weigh in on. It's Alabama and OU. The spread is 1.5. Bama's a slight favorite. And that total is only 40.5. You go first. What do you got?
I'll take Oklahoma. Oklahoma has a chance to win 3 straight against Alabama, and I think they do it. Alabama hasn't looked like a very good football team in almost 2 months now. They really look like they are having a fit offensively. Even in their win against Auburn, they weren't really all that impressive. You think back to that Georgia game where they just were driving in mud, it felt like. I mean, you look back at their total offense, They haven't had over 400 yards against a Power 4 opponent since they had 486 against Vandy, and that was on October 4th. So this is a team that has really struggled in a lot of different areas, and I think that Kalen DeBoer might have his eyes on different pastures, and I think that this game is going to be Oklahoma. I think they win it. I think Brent Venables is a great big game coach. He's done it in the past. Haven't seen it yet from Kalen DeBoer at Alabama, but I'll take OU plus the 1.5.
All right, Jack, you're up next. What you got?
I'll go the other side of this. I just don't see Oklahoma beating Alabama 3 consecutive times. I mean, I know Alabama's not been as impressive as of late, and I feel that total's a little bit too low for me to really feel confident in taking the under. That was my first thought on it. But since Oklahoma has had the Crimson Tide's number, I'm just going to play history, even though that Kalen DeBoer is no Nick Saban. I feel this is finally the time that Alabama gets it done and gets past OU.
Kind of with Jack, although I'm not going to take a side. 21-20 can't be that tough to get to. So give me over 40.5. So I guess technically me and Jack or me and Chance could both be right. But give me over 40.5. College football game, that's ridiculously low. Jack, you go first on this one. Saturday, first thing, and you can hear all these games right here on the channel. It's Miami at Texas A&M. A&M is laying 3.5. It's now 3.5. So update that in your brain. And the total is 49.5. Jack, you go first. Who you got?
I'll go with A&M here in College Station. I mean, I know they were, a big-time letdown and going to Austin and losing to Texas in the way they did. I still really like this defense. I know they got the news now of Colin Klein heading to Manhattan to take over as head coach for Kansas State. So you got a little bit of a distraction there. It's still incredibly tough to go and win in College Station. Nobody was able to do it this year. Their only loss was in Austin, of course, against the Texas Longhorns. And Miami, I was really high on them in the first 4 weeks of the season. I know they've kind of backdoored this thing to be impressive again, but I don't see them going into College Station after, playing what they did in the ACC. I mean, the ACC is just a largely unimpressive conference. This is nothing like the ACC and going to College Station. I got the Aggies rolling here.
I'm going to coattail Jack here. I completely agree. I'll take A&M and I'll lay the 3.5. Chance?
I'll play contrarian just because I would like Colin Klein to be in Manhattan ASAP, and I'm going to take Miami plus the 3.5. Hey, they don't have to win outright. They just have to cover. And I think this is going to be a low-scoring game. And Colin Klein traditionally, as a play caller, has sometimes left the better part of his playbook at home in these big games. I think that's kind of his calling card as an offensive coordinator and a play caller, whether it be at A&M. Think back to last year in the Texas game, this year in the Texas game. Think back to his career at K-State when they went on the road to Texas in his last season. I mean, he's not been a great big game play caller, and I think that the moment might be a little bit too big for A&M. I think we see a lot of turnovers in this game as well from both quarterbacks. They like to play very risque, so I think we are going to see a really fun ball game, but I'll take Miami plus the hook.
Okay, now to the 2:30 game, the meat in the triple header sandwich that you can hear here on the channel. Tulane going to Ole Miss. This is a not revenge game, I suppose, but it's a rematch.
Mm-hmm.
Tulane and Ole Miss have already played, and Ole Miss beat the dog out of Tulane. That was a long time ago. What was it, week 2 or 3, Chance? Something like that. It was 45-10. I am not going to be a prisoner of that. The score from earlier in the year against the same two teams. I'm going to pray that Tulane is not that similar of a team from that particular day. That's a long-winded way to saying I will take the points. The spread is 17.5. Mississippi laying a big number. The total is 56.5. But I'll take Tulane, and I'll take those points, hoping they just put a couple of good drives together and Ole Miss doesn't go crazy. Chance, you're next.
I like your thought, but I'm going to play under 56.5. When they met, it was week 4. I went back and looked, and it was the first start in the young career of Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss. So I think the offense was a little bit different than it was under Austin Simmons, who was a much better running threat. So I think that in this game, with some obvious questions about who's going to be the play caller for Ole Miss, what Tulane is going to do offensively, I think this is going to be a lower scoring game. I think that we see the Ole Miss defense really bow its neck up a little bit. I don't hate either side to have a defensive touchdown. I think that might be in play here. I think this will be a really fun game. I think this is going to be, of the two that we're going to see in terms of G5 versus P4, I think this is going to be the closest one, the most competitive. That doesn't mean it's going to be close. I think it's going to be a low scoring game if that's how Tulane wants to play it.
All right, Jack. Ole Miss laying a big number in the rematch from earlier this year. Who you got?
Yeah, so this game's going to be in Oxford, correct?
That's
Yes.
right.
My first course of action, if I was to ever take over, the college football playoff bracket, is get rid of these stupid-ass home hosting playoff games.
Whoa.
You ever want a Cinderella to make a run? Don't make them go on the road to these environments. If you really want to make this like the NCAA tournament, I know it's 68 teams compared to whatever it is. Yeah, I think it's dumb. You're never going to have those Cinderella runs unless you even the playing field a little bit.
And the top four seeds don't get a home game. They have to wait and then play at a neutral site too. So.
Dumb as hell. Just absolutely dumb as hell. I feel you could capitalize on making some of the bowl sites the neutral site fields. And I get it. Oh, well, then what's the point of being the higher seed? I see all of that. But if you're going to expand this thing, at least give the Cinderellas a chance. We see in the NCAA tournament, you want to know why 16 seeds have won now? You want to know why 15 seeds have before? It's because once the game starts turning, the whole stadium flips on the other side. Mm-hmm. Now, it's different in basketball because you got games after games after games, where this would be one site. There's no opposing fan bases going there. So that still kind of hammers in my point. If this was played in, I don't know, even Louisiana, where Tulane would be from, I feel there'd be a large contingent of Ole Miss fans making the trek over, and they still are the better football team. I just hate that you got these playoff games where there's a 17.5-point favorite. But Ole Miss, they've been waiting to wring somebody's neck for weeks. They've been waiting to beat the pulp out of somebody. And I love Cinderella stories in basketball. I'm not really for Cinderella stories in football. I feel that Ole Miss is enraged. They're being red, and they're just unfortunately going to take it out on Tulane like they did in week 4. Give me the running Rebels to move on to the next round.
All right, Chance, you go first. This one, Jimmy Madison going to Oregon. Oregon's a 3-touchdown favorite, minus 21. The total's 47.5. And, of course, that game is in Eugene.
Have you seen all of the tweets from the James Madison Twitter? It's been great.
Very, very clever. Yes.
They've been great, but I think that's as much fun as they're going to have. It was a nice season, but I think Oregon just opens up a can of whoop you-know-what. I think this game is not close for a moment. I think back to when Oregon played against Oklahoma State, although very different in terms of how they played and power ratings and stuff like that. But I just think after last year when Oregon got pantsed in the Rose Bowl, Dan Lanning is going to have his smelling salts. And he's going to have everything ready. And Oregon, I think they cover 21 in the first half.
I would agree with that, too.
I think that they might just come out and put a bow on it, get out early, and take down JMU.
Jack, you're next. What do you think about that big spread?
Yeah, I mean, I feel I don't even need to waste my breath after what I just said on Ole Miss and Tulane. You got a 3-touchdown underdog in the first round. And by the way, JMU, storied program. I love what they've been putting online. I think that's the way you capitalize as a smaller school. But I would have liked to see this game at a neutral site. And you can put it closer to Eugene. That's what the NCAA tournament. Why not pick a neutral site that's closer to Oregon
like
than
Seattle?
it is to JMU? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Why not? Portland. Portland, whatever you want to pick. I feel that's the best way to go about it. JMU, I'm rooting for them. I would love to see them cover it, but Oregon, like Ole Miss, I feel they've been waiting a couple weeks to wring somebody's neck as well. They haven't been talked about as much, and Dan Lanning's going to have these guys ready to go. They will never overlook an opponent like a JMU. I feel the Ducks win, and they win big.
I'll take the over 47.5. If what you two say is true, all I need Jimmy to do is score about 14 points because it's going to be tough to stop Oregon from scoring about 45 themselves. So I'll take the over 47.5. Jack, you go first. It's the Hawaii Bowl. Christmas Eve, Cal and Hawaii. Cal is a small favorite. They're laying 1.5, and the total out there is 54.5. Jack, you go first. What's going to happen?
A real Sophie's choice, isn't it? A real Sophie's choice. Cal or Hawaii. This has been the one year I have gone against Hawaii more than in years past, and this is the year Hawaii's actually really good and has played their tail off. Cal, man, you thought early on when they were winning a couple of games that they might be able to run the table with their schedule, and they didn't. They ended up being one of the worst teams in the ACC for a stretch of a couple of weeks, about the middle part of their schedule. But then they wrap things up and knock off SMU and send Duke to the ACC championship game. Here's the problem I have, though, is when you have a win like that, you kind of have the momentum, then you sit on your butt for a couple of weeks. Like, that momentum all wears off here. So whatever they did against SMU, that's now gone. I can't really use that game to pick my winner in this one. And I feel Cal, in its heart, at its core, they're still not a very good football team in Hawaii. They don't have to go anywhere.
Yep.
They're not having to travel a bunch of miles to their bowl game. I feel they've been geared up, ready to go for this one. I'm not betting against them in this spot. Hawaii on the rock. Give me the Rainbow Warriors.
All right, UH plus 1.5. Borrowing Chance's logic on these bowl games, business decisions are made in secondaries and at the second level of defenses. And sometimes tackling is what goes first when you do have a couple of weeks off. There's probably not a lot of full contact practices. And it's a bowl game. There are people going for it. There are fake punts. There are trick plays, double reverse passes. So 54.5. I'm not scared of that at all. I don't think that's nearly enough. I think the winner gets to probably 33 and the other one keeps up enough. So give me over 54.5 in the Hawaii Bowl. Chance?
Yep, right there with you. Over 54.5. Homecoming for Jaron Kiawe Sagapula-Tele, the quarterback for Cal. He's a Hawaii boy, and he's going to be there. He announced he's going to return to Cal next season. And it is an interim head coach game, so you don't know what they're going to exactly be playing for. So I do understand that sentiment. But I think no matter what, I think it's going to be a fun game and a tradition like no other. Betting the over in the Hawaii Bowl, I feel like that's a staple of the Shane Dennis Show.
Little sidebar. Former Hawaii legend quarterback Nick Rolovich, assistant coach at Cal, going back home.
He knows how important it is.
He does. He knows how to win on the rock. All right. Who goes first here? I think I do. Let's go NFL. Rams Thursday Night Football game tonight. They're laying 1.5 going to Seattle, and that total is 43.5. It's not that I don't trust Seattle, but I really like the Rams. And if they are a dog in any of these games, assuming it's not a blizzard or a rainstorm, I'm okay with the Rams, even though it doesn't look like Devontae Adams is going to play. But I will take the points. Give me the Rams plus 1.5 on the road in Seattle. Chance, you go next.
I will take the over 43.5. I just think that these are two really, really good football teams. I think Seattle last week, I think they were just playing with their food a little bit with the Colts. It's hard to prep for a quarterback on 4 days of prep. It's a little bit different. And I thought that the Colts, to their own credit, moved the football pretty successfully against the Seahawks. And I think the Rams, going from Phillip Rivers to Matt Stafford is like a whiplash effect in terms of defensive coaching style. So I'll take the over of 43.5.
Jack, who you got? Thursday Night Football.
I'm going to go with the under in this game. And I don't know why the music went away, or maybe it's just too quiet. But I'm going to go with the under in this game. These Thursday Night Football matchups are so tough to pick, in my opinion, because you get those large spreads. You get a great team, horrible team. It's like, this should be easy. You got Patriots and the Jets find a way to backdoor cover. You got the Broncos and the Raiders. The Broncos should smash the Raiders. Now you finally got two good teams here. And I feel the safest pick here is just the under. It's a short week. It's cold. You're not expecting a ton of offense, even though these two sides can light it up. Should be a blast. Hell, I don't know if I'll watch it. I'm sure I'll keep up with it on my phone, but I'll still go with the under.
All right, under 42.5. Giving you guys 42.5 because that's what I told you. Chance, you go first here. It's Green Bay and Chicago, a rematch of a couple of weeks ago. It's in Chicago, the 9-4-1 Packers against 10-4 Bears. The total, or the spread, I should say, is Green Bay. Oh, wait. It's now Chicago minus 1.5.
Must have flipped.
It has flipped. All right, so heads up here. The Bears are favorites. They're laying 1.5, and the total is still 46.5. So it's a different favorite from a couple of days ago. That's interesting. Chance, you go first.
I'll take the Bears. I don't think it really scares me all that much. I think it'll just be a pick 'em. I think this is just a money line bet. I'll take the Bears. I think that they've been playing really well. I mean, Caleb Williams has kind of figured things out. He's actually I know that he's not everybody's cup of tea, but he's a lot of fun to watch at quarterback. I mean, he makes some really absurd throws. He made a comment in the presser where he's like, I can make any throw. And while that you might push back on a young quarterback saying, hey, you don't need it. He can make any throw. And he's been making a lot of impressive throws. They lost on a fourth down interception in their last game to the Packers. So I think the Bears are a better team than people give them credit for in a pretty interesting NFC. I'd like to see where they stack up. And the Packers don't have their best defensive weapon. And you remember how bad that Packers defense was last year without Micah? Now they don't have Micah. I like the Bears.
Jack, who you got? Chicago is now a small favorite instead of an underdog.
I know Chance had texted before and said, if you had a blank check and whenever Andy Reid retires, who would you go after? Well, you can't really go wrong with either of these coaches.
True.
Matt LaFleur has been great in Green Bay, and, man, how about Ben Johnson? I mean, I thought early on it was another coordinator everybody talked up, and he really didn't do much. That Bears team is good, and they're only getting better. I mean, they are a huge brand, and I've always felt the NFL is better when the Bears are good. And I keep trying to bet against them each and every week. I'm like, they beat up on some bad teams. They did the same damn thing with Denver. But Chicago and Denver feel very similar in that way. That just keep betting against them. They're going to keep winning football games. And I thought the only reason they lost in Green Bay, yes, because the interception at the very end, but it's Lambeau Field. It's hard to win in Lambeau in November and December. I've been there before in December. It's the coldest experience I've ever had in my entire life. Now, the Bears are used to that, and this should be a lot of fun. But I feel these two teams are evenly matched, and it really comes down to where they're playing. And this one's at Soldier Field. Give me the Bears to even up the season series.
All right, it's a clean sweep. We all take the Bears. We're all laying 1.5. The Chargers and the Cowboys. Chargers plus 2.5. Game you can hear right here, by the way, home of the Cowboys. Chargers plus 2.5. Totals 49.5. Jack, you go first. Who you got?
I'll go with the Chargers. The Cowboys are playing some great football for about 3 to 4 games right there in the middle. They had knocked off a couple playoff teams, and then all my confidence in Dallas went out the window after J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings rolled in prime time and hung 30-plus on them. That happens. I know the Vikings won 31-0, and then they put up 30-plus again. The Vikings are not a good football team, and Dallas's playoff hopes are already gone at this point. The Chargers, on the other hand, they got to keep winning. They're pretty much in the door at this point, but you want to finish the season strong. Credit to Harbaugh, credit to Herbert with a ravaged offensive line. They're just riding that top 10 defense as they did last week in Kansas City. I like the Chargers to win and win comfortably.
I'm going to take under 49.5. I think there are just enough punts or maybe even turnovers there. Both quarterbacks very capable of throwing an interception apiece. Hopefully they don't do it in their own end. But I think 49.5 is a little too big. We're going to have two of the best kickers really to ever do it. Dicker the kicker and Brandon Aubrey. So pray for some field goals for me. If you're coattailing me, give me under 49.5.
I'll go the other way. I'll go over 49.5. I think that the Chargers are just going to run right through the Cowboys defense like a hot knife through butter. We saw what the Vikings did last week, and I think the Chargers could do much. I think that Omarion Hampton, Travion Henderson took a while to get his wheels turning in New England, and now look at him. He looks like a top 10 running back in the NFL. Hampton is coming off an injury. I thought he looked really good last week in spurts. I think he puts it all together this week. I like the over 49.5.
All right, the Chiefs and Tennessee, minus 3.5. KC is laying it. You just pretty much book it this year. It's 3.5, 4.5, 5.5. Chiefs favored pretty much against everybody they played, especially the last 6 or 8 games that they played. Total's only 37.5 for reasons we know now. I'm not scared of that. I'll go under. 20-16 feels about right for me. I don't know which side to go on. I can't imagine Tennessee's going to win. But I got to believe that points going to be hard to come by for obvious reasons. Chiefs playing a backup, and Tennessee's offense sucks. So give me under 37.5.
I'll go over 37.5. I think the injuries on the Chiefs side of the ball, if there's no Chris Jones in this game, who knows what the Chiefs defense looks like. If like you said with the bowl games, it's this kind of bowl season now for the Chiefs. Yeah. There might be some business decisions made on that defensive side of the ball. We've already seen some start to be made. Catch my drift. I think this one goes over 37.5.
Jack, what you got?
The worst football game I ever experienced in my life in person was back in 2012, I believe it was. The Broncos came to Kansas City. It was cold, still sunny out, but it was cold and windy. And Tim Tebow was the Broncos starting quarterback and completed 2 passes, and they won the effing football.
I remember that game.
They won the game and honestly kind of won it pretty comfortably. And that was the biggest eyesore of a football game I've ever watched. This is going to come pretty close, to be honest with you.
Cam Ward's fun. He's fun at least.
Is he?
Yes.
Is he? Okay.
Yes, he's fun.
Take your word for it.
There's going to be nobody there, nor should they be. Go to Broadway. Why would you ever go to Nissan Stadium for this type of game? Chance is right. If I'm a Chiefs player, I hate to say this, what motivation do I have if I'm a contract veteran, if I'm making a lot of money? What other than pride? I would say maybe Travis Kelce, you give him all you can these final 3 games, but oh man, I don't know. I'll take the under, I guess. The Titans suck, and this version of the Chiefs is going to be really bad as well. I'm probably going to guess it's 10-7 or something like that, and you get a game-winning field goal. Maybe that's exciting, but the actual display of football on Sunday, not to mention this damn game's at noon. It's noon in an
Thank
empty
God
stadium.
it's at noon. I did not.
Oh,
if this
my
game was
goodness.
Sunday Night Football, boy.
Well, there's no way it'd stay there.
I know. But
we
still.
there should be a rule where neither team gets to punt no matter what the situation.
Have to
is.
go
Just
for
go
it.
for
Yeah.
it. Let's just see what happens. There's nothing on the line here. Other than the Titans getting another top pick in the NFL draft, but this is going to be awful, awful football. You stay and watch this game start to finish. You get the medal for Chiefs fan of the year because this is going to be so tough to watch. And I've watched some awful football in my lifetime being a Kansas fan. But I'll take the under. I don't think they're going to be able to reach 20 points combined in this one.
All right, wild card now. I'll go first, and I'm going to the bowl game tonight, the Xbox Bowl. The total is 54 between Missouri State and Arkansas State. I'm going over 54. Each of the last 3 games for Missouri State, the total has been 72, 75, and 64. Arkansas State, in their last 2, 59 total points, 64 total points. So give me the over 54. Chance, your wild card.
I think this one's tomorrow night. I really like NC State -3.5 against Memphis. CJ Bailey's played really well this year for NC State. Memphis, Ryan Silverfield, to the disappointment of Arkansas fans, is going to be the Arkansas head coach next year. He's not there. I don't think Arkansas is very good. I think NC State really has their way with a really bad Memphis team compared to what a lot of the general public thinks.
What's the total, by the way?
Oh, man, probably 52.5.
All right, just
I don't
just
know.
saying.
That's a guess.
Okay,
I'll
that's
take-
fine. I'll look
take
it
my
up.
word for
Jack, your wild card.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the college basketball slate. We got one heck of a slate on Saturday. I'll be bold and go to that Arkansas-Houston game tipping off at 4:30 on CBS. It's the Never Forget Tribute Classic. This Houston team, they're not as good as the previous 2, in my opinion, but they're still 10-1, and they're top 10 in the country, and their lone loss was who? Purdue? It was somebody incredibly good and still top 10 in the country. This Arkansas team, though, their 2 losses on the year, Michigan State and East Lansing, and then Duke in Chicago. They're coming off a very impressive showing against Texas Tech. They are long. They are physical. This should be an absolute blast of a game. I'll go with the Hogs here to pull off the upset over Houston. This is one of John Calipari's more athletic teams he's had, and I'm even including the Kentucky days as well. This should be a lot of fun. I think a lot of points will be scored, even though Houston takes pride on the defensive side of the floor. But this is a matchup I'm not sure they're used to just yet. So I'll go with Arkansas to pick up their signature win of the non-con.
There you go. There's pick 6, courtesy of Busch Light. Good luck to everybody in their bets, real or pretend. Coming up next, Jamie Bluma, brought to you by American Shaman Wichita, American Shaman Derby. That's straight away.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on
Be right back.
ESPN Wichita.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. Are you ready to make some money betting the games? College football playoffs are here. The NFL is in full swing, and we are making a ton of money. December has been incredibly profitable, not just in football and basketball, but across all sports. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get signed up today for $299. Get all the football through the end of the month. $399 gets you football and hoops through the end of the month, or add everything and make even more. FatJackSports.com. Go through the end of the year and make the most for the best price. Get signed up today.
Hey, it's Jeff from American Shaman. People ask, how are you still here? We're here because we believe life is beautiful, we believe in wellness and natural solutions, and we believe your life is better with the feather. If you agree, come see us at American Shaman in Wichita and Derby and online at yourcbd.pro.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of personal injury, including medical malpractice and vehicle accidents, do not hesitate to call Prochaska, Howell, and Prochaska.
All right, I'm back.
For more than 38 years, their experienced team has helped fight for your rights regardless of your legal status. They guarantee there will be no cost until they win. PHP will be there to assist you and help you navigate the complicated legal process. Call them now at 316-683-9080 or find them online at phpattorneys.com to schedule your free consultation today.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. Celebrate the Red Tag sales event with huge year-end savings on all makes and models. Check out 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Custom 4x4 and save up to $12,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing. Check out the 2026 Chevy Colorado Z71 4x4 with up to $8,000 off MSRP and 3.9% financing for 60 months. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tag, title, tax, and administrative fees expire January 2nd, 2026.
Round one of the college football playoff. Friday, Oklahoma hosts Alabama. Then on Saturday, it's Miami at Texas A&M. Followed by Tulane at Ole Miss. And finally, James Madison at Oregon. The College Football Playoff, Round 1 on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Your home of college football. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need.
That's Mariah Carey. All I Want for Christmas Is You. Time to get to the hotline right now. Talk to Jamie Bluma. We'll fire up the hot stove yet again. And the Royals actually have given us quite a bit to talk about since we talked to you last, including an extension, one of the usual suspects that we thought would be first in line for getting one. Jamie Bluma joining us, brought to you by American Shaman Wichita and Derby. Check out Jeff and the gang wherever they might be at either location. Life is better with the feather. Michael Garcia got locked up by the old Royals, and it looks like the left side of the infield, assuming full health, is going to be in good shape for a good long time. Talk a little bit, Jamie, besides the deal. We'll get to it in a second. But just the evolution offensively from Michael Garcia, because he's always been a pretty good defender on the left side of the diamond, no matter where he plays. He doesn't play much short, but a pretty good third baseman. But the strides offensively, tell me what you saw this last year.
Yeah, I think if we go back to March when we were talking about the season, he was kind of my pick to click this year to really come out and have a big year. So I not too often do I get one right, but I got that one right. And just coming into his own, man, you don't realize he's still 26, I think. And so him, just learning how to do it at the big league level and making adjustments. That's the biggest thing with any prospect that's come up and had a little bit of success is to continue to have success, because the league has a tendency to get a book on you and then make adjustments to you. And the guys that end up being, 10-year guys, looks like he's going to be, are able to make those adjustments. Not swing and miss so much, drive the ball with a little bit more power. Tough in Kansas City because it's not a place to have a lot of power, because you got big gaps and not a big best ballpark to hit it out of. But man, he did all those things and still able to steal a base, play Gold Glove defense. And what a difference that you know that you have an opportunity to actually lock up a couple guys. We talked about him a month ago. We talked about Vinny Pasquantino. And the fact that we're doing it, we locked up Bobby Witt. We did it with Michael Garcia. Most times when we have a good prospect come up like that, years ago, we just knew they were going to go somewhere else. So for him to be able to mature and do what he does in our front office, stepping up and giving him a multi-year deal, and he just wants to get out there and play ball. I really like a lot of his comments as well.
And let's not gloss over the fact that you expected him to have a breakout year, because remember, going in the spring of 2024, the Royals approached him about an extension, but that year Garcia posted a 614 OPS and his 71 WRC plus. That was the worst among qualified major league hitters. So you didn't figure there was a benching or, a platoon maybe necessarily coming down the pike, but also what was it about maybe his approach and his a lot has been made if you're going to MLB.com and clicking on the Royals tab, that his stance in the batter's box, his stride, his leg kick, all that stuff he tinkered with. And he knew that if maybe he wanted to have the year that you thought he would, Jamie, that he'd have to make some changes offensively, right?
For sure. And that's the thing. And there's so many different hitting coaches and all that stuff. And all it takes is maybe one guy that you really click with that gives you an idea to try something to unlock what you do. I mean, nobody needs a hitting coach or a pitching coach when you're going well. I laugh about that all the time. It's when you're scuff a little bit and trying to unlock some potential when you can find a guy. And we obviously have a whole bunch of different guys over the last 3 or 4 years with Petraro and all the different pitching guys and hitting guys within the organization to help guys continue to get better. And boy, did they do a good job with him. He's still young enough. As I said earlier, hopefully we're going to continue to see him in his prime. I don't want this year to be the best year he'll ever have. I want that ramp to keep going up a little bit, and maybe he can get a little bit better. Bobby Witt obviously had a great year, a little down year compared to the year before, and we can't expect that kind of crazy year from 2024. But if we get, that kind of production out of that side of the infield, that covers up some holes. I mean, we'll talk a little bit about what we did outfield-wise, but not only excited for the Royals, but excited for Garcia for putting the work in and getting rewarded.
So from 2025, looking ahead to 2026, which one of these numbers do you think he's most capable of improving on? He hit 286. He had 16 home runs. He drove in 74 runs, and he stole 23 bases. Which is he most capable of topping? Or maybe there are more than one.
I think for sure he's going to top 23 stolen bases. He's got that kind of speed, and he's shown it in years past. I think that's going to be an easy one to break. But I see him getting to 20 home runs and maybe that 80 to 90 RBI mark with guys getting on base in front of him. And maybe we have somebody, better at the top of the lineup getting on base to score those runs. So, maybe 3 of those 4. I mean, 286, not many guys. When you look at the league, I don't know how many guys even hit 300 anymore. So 286 I'll take, but maybe a little bit more juice and a little bit more RBIs, and I think he'll beat the stolen base thing for sure.
All right, before we get off Michael Garcia, just some numbers to put with that 5-year, 57 point whatever $1 million extension. 86.5% contact rate last year, only a 20.8% chase percentage, and he walked 62 times. Hopefully that will be rubbing off on not only the new Royals, but the Royals coming back, right? 666 plate appearances, 62 walks. Seems like it's kind of modest, but he only struck out 84 times too.
Well, that's what you want to see. We've had so many strikeout totals are so crazy across Major League Baseball now, and you see guys with the ability to get that walk. I mean, that plays into his game a little bit too with his speed. So I would love to stay in between that. Man, I'd love more than that, but man, if you can stay pretty close to walks and strikeouts, you don't see that much anymore. You see so many guys changing that launch angle and just going to hit fly balls. That's not Michael Garcia's game. He's going to be a line drive gap guy and try to stay, contact oriented and do a good job taking a walk. I mean, I think you see the maturity of a hitter when you see numbers like that start to come about.
Okay, the Royals have made another couple of moves. Number one being the trade of Angel Serpa for not only a relief pitcher, but a guy that was in the top 4 in Rookie of the Year voting, happened to be a former Creighton guy, Isaac Collins. Were you surprised that the Royals actually got 2 big leaguers for a middle reliever in Serpa?
I was. I mean, and I think I said it the week before, it's whatever another team covets. And that's the thing. Like when we traded our backup catcher last year, we were able to get 2 really good starting pitchers out of the deal because they needed a catcher. So kudos to JJ again, going out there and finding a couple guys instead of, I would have been happy if we just traded Zerpa straight up for Collins, to be 100% honest with you. And then you get another serviceable big league arm in your bullpen. Yes, a righty, not a lefty, but man, I'll take that all day long. And Zerpa was really good in stretches.
Yeah.
And I really enjoyed watching him pitch. And I did see a little bit, maybe a whisper of the Brewers maybe wanting to put him in the starting rotation and put him as a starter. So he didn't fit in that mold for us, but kudos just to go out there and find a willing trade partner that finds value in some of our guys. And they've got Brewers obviously had a glut of outfielders, and we can get a guy that finished fourth in the Rookie of the Year voting. Perfect, man. That's what we need to do. I would still like us to go get a bigger name, but that's a start. And also a tip of the cap to Mike Yastrzemski to get that kind of money from Atlanta.
No
I don't
doubt.
think we were going to sign that much back here. So he was a guy that I wouldn't mind coming back, but for $25 million or what he got, good for Mike Yastrzemski.
And I want to get back to what you just said, and I think it's interesting that you framed it that way, and maybe that's the way it would make most sense, and maybe that's what the Brewers are floating out there to their fan base. If Serpa was a starting pitcher for the Royals, then maybe that makes it make more sense that they traded maybe a fourth outfielder and a right-handed middle reliever for a starting pitcher. So if they envision Serpa being a starting pitcher, then I guess maybe that makes it make more sense. But or, I don't know, maybe one team had the other over a barrel. And like you said, the Brewers were really in love with him, and they were willing to part with an outfielder that wasn't going to be an everyday guy anyway. So that's interesting that when you find a trade partner who's the one that has to give when it comes to, all right, what's it going to take to make this trade happen?
Well, and with any trade partner, you want it to work out well on both sides. That way you keep that trade partner again with the Brewers. I mean, they've obviously done something right over the last few years with the guys that they've had come up and continued success. They had the best record in the major league last year. So they're doing something right from a development standpoint. And maybe they didn't have any left-handed relievers, so they got more outfielders, and there's a guy that they can plug in wherever. I mean, sounds like they're going to try him as a starter, which makes more sense, just from an innings and value. I think guys value left-handed starting pitching maybe than they just another lefty and another bullpen, but they liked him, and we're willing to give up two guys for him. So good for us. But at the same time, I hope it works out both ways.
One of the platoon outfield bats that the Royals you thought would at least go fishing for, they landed one, Lane Thomas, a guy that most recently played in Cleveland, didn't play much. He was hurt. Got him for $5.25 million. Jack and I talked about him a little bit more closer to time when it actually happened, but we hadn't talked to you from then until now. So Lane Thomas, maybe on a bounce back, assuming he's healthy, will be worth his while.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing now is you kind of, go out there and try to catch lightning in a bottle for a guy that's been hurt. And now that costs you $5.5 million to be able to go out and do that. That's where this game has changed, maybe those guys used to be, $2 million or $3 million. And now a guy that really didn't even play much last year at all is getting $5.5 million. And you need those guys to work out for you to get to that 86, 88, 90 win number. We need guys like Lane Thomas to be contributing major league players on our roster because depending on what happens with the rest of our lineup, we need those guys for us to be able to compete in the Central for sure.
So the 40-man roster is now set. So any other roll of the dice may take a little maneuvering when it comes to that. And of course, Jarren Duran is on a lot of Royals fans top of mind with them. And you just would pray to be a fly on the wall when it comes to talks between your favorite team and the team that owns the player that you covet. And I guess if you're in the Royals camp here, you'd love to know what it's going to take to get Jarren Duran. And I assume that it's more complicated than we even realize, because otherwise Duran would already be dealt not only to the Royals, but to some other suitors as well. I'll just ask you straight up. Do you think the Royals in any sort of trade, I guess, depending on who it would be for, should be dangling Cole Reagans out there as a chip?
I think they'll listen, but the haul for Cole Reagans has got to be, a bigger guy, I think, than somebody like that. A guy's name that came up this week, I was lucky enough to go play golf at Spyglass and Pebble Beach, and one of the guys that we ended up playing with, their son grew up with Chris Bubich. And so his name came up, and I said, there's a guy that, if healthy, there's a guy you might be a trade chip out there that you can go get a decent outfielder. I don't think we're going to do Reagans. I think he's too big of a deal for this roster. But a guy like Bubic, maybe to be able to get somebody in that vein. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I still see you doing something with trading some starting pitching for maybe a bigger name bat, but that remains to be seen.
Jamie, good to catch up with you. Have a great weekend, and let me look forward to the next week is Christmas, so we'll give you Christmas off, and we'll catch you a little bit further down the line. Happy holidays, buddy.
You got happy holidays to you guys as well.
All right, there goes Jamie Bluma. Life is better with the feather. American Shaman, Wichita, 21st and Rock, and also down in Derby. So tell Jeff and the gang that ESPN Wichita sent you. 145. I'm old. Jack's young. Next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
What? Football season is here, and there's no better time to score big
I
at
didn't
Bills
use
Coins
it.
and Bullion. Whether you're stacking silver like a defensive line or going for the gold like a championship ring, Bills Coins has the deals that'll make your portfolio scream touchdown. From coins to collectibles, rare, historic, investment grade. Bills is your winning play for precious metals. Don't fumble your future. Run to Phil's, located at 9344 West Central. Or visit BillsCoins.com. Bills Coins and Bullion. Stack smart, stack strong.
He was just one of those friends that everybody liked to have, that anytime you needed something, you call Matt.
Very big-hearted. An impaired driver killed the Grove's son in 2011.
There's not a day that goes by I don't think about him.
It hurts. He won't be able to be a father, a husband, or a grandfather. Always drive sober.
Parents aren't supposed to bury their children.
A message from the Kansas Department of Transportation and all the victims
never
of
not
impaired
be
driving crashes.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs,
Before
and the
his
same
time.
opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
This football season, Boulevard Theaters at Old Town is your ultimate game day destination. Catch every big play on the big screen with booming surround sound, comfy seats, and zero distractions. Bring your KC crew, grab an ice-cold drink, and fuel up on fan-favorite food like pizza, wings, and more. It's a watch party you don't want to miss, and it's free every week. KC football on the big screen at Boulevard Theaters at Old Town, where football hits different.
Get ready for takeoff. Your taste buds are in for a ride at Tinker Barbecue Company. From fall-off-the-bone ribs to juicy brisket and house-made sides, they're serving food with big flavor and slow-smoked to perfection. Check out mouth-watering specials like bacon-wrapped meatloaf, Slider Saturday, beef ribs, pork green chili, and so much more. Stop by today at 620 West Maple. Open Tuesday through Saturday from 11 to 7. Refuel your tank with Tinker Barbecue.
Hey, AK, it's me, TK.
What's up, TK?
Pay
It's
attention
me,
to that
AK, Andy from Andy's Frozen Custard. Travis, if you could tell people how to support your charity, what would you say?
Grab my 87 and running concrete at Andy's.
87 and Running is such a wonderful charity that we created a special treat just for the cause. It has the world's finest vanilla frozen custard, Oreos, cookie dough, caramel, and the best part, a portion of the proceeds from everyone sold helps 87 and Running.
It's a cool way to support our vulnerable youth in Kansas City and beyond.
Sunday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL, two playoff hopefuls square
Join
off
me,
as the
Jerry Recco.
streaking Los Angeles Chargers head to Dallas for a matchup with the
And
Cowboys.
Danny White.
Hi, this is Ted Emmerich. Join
No,
Steve
it's Ted
Berline
Emmerich.
and me as Dak Prescott and the Cowboys try to
Love me
keep
some
their
Ted.
fake playoff
Ted's a good
hopes
play-by-play
alive
guy.
against Justin Herbert and the Chargers, who could lock
Started
up
at the
a
high school
playoff
level.
berth. If it's the
Like, was
NFL,
kind of like known as the
it's
high
right
school guy
here.
for ESPN,
Wichita's
and that's
home
just
for the Dallas Cowboys.
signed.
ESPN Wichita,
Been amazing.
92.3 FM.
Hotels are made for 2-night stays, checking
Man.
in and out.
Thought this was Kane Brown.
Strangers in the lobby,
It's not.
waking up
Pat's
and
here.
leaving town the next day. But love ain't.
I thought this was One Mississippi by Kane Brown.
Boarding alone on Friday
way off. I'm old Jack Shaw.
This band did go to Wichita, if I recall correctly.
So it's a band.
They were here earlier this year in Wichita.
I know this song, and it's a good one, but man, I thought this was an individual. Dang.
John blanks on
Who was here? That's
and
what I'm going to start with.
You know, when I say here.
Oh. The Love Ain't artist was here.
Yes.
You interviewed one of the band members.
It's embarrassing.
You did interview one.
Even more embarrassing. How did Jack remember that? You're a jerk,
Jack. Good job.
It was a phenomenal interview, man. He's great.
Yeah, it was.
Remember
You're right.
everyone
I
on
do.
the text line was saying how amazing
It was a good interview. That's right.
Can't wait to clip this.
How long have you been sitting on this one?
It was on the right side of my YouTube screen, so about 45 seconds before we started this segment.
I'm trying to remember who you interviewed from the band.
He's a guitar player. If you said his name, I think I would remember. Glad you all enjoyed the interview.
This is great.
Yeah, isn't it?
I love it. Let's see. I thought you interviewed was it you said the guitarist?
I thought it was. Are they from Texas or is he from Texas?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, okay. There. These guys are from Texas. Give me a hint, Jack.
It's their name is one of the band members' names, and then it's band. Like Zach Brown Band, it's the same thing, but a different name.
Yeah, I don't know.
Eli Young Band?
Nah, of course.
There
Yeah,
you go.
that was right here on the tip of my tongue.
And you interviewed, was it James Young or was it John Jones?
It's John Jones.
Yeah, I thought it was the bassist. That's John Jones.
Okay.
Plays bass guitar.
Okay.
That was good.
Yeah.
I won't clip it and send it off to Matt Hamilton.
Yeah, do that. Hey, born day today. In the moments we have left here on a Thursday. Jaden Daniels, 25.
Washington National.
False. It's a Washington Commander.
What?
So wrong sport.
Boy,
you missed it.
This has been an epic start.
Sure
I'm
has.
old Jax Young.
0-for-1.
Impressive.
I can't assume he knew who that was, so can't accept it.
That's true.
Peter Boulware, 51.
Well, this is football.
That's right. Linebacker, former Seminole great. How about a non-Big Four, Arancha Sanchez Vicario, 54, female, Spain.
Tennis, then.
Yes, very good. Very good, tennis boy. Joe Randa, 56.
Hey, Royal.
That's right.
Played his kid, too. Really hard.
You faced his kid?
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a lefty that when we were like 15 or 16, he still threw like 90.
Whoa.
He looked like 100. And he was more of an outfielder. He wasn't more of a pitcher, so it wasn't the most pinpoint.
Yeah,
command. So
right.
you talk about pissing down your leg in the box. I cared more about my safety than actually getting on base.
Don't blame you. Self-preservation. The Joker, Joe Randa. Happy birthday. Carl Durrell, 62. Oh, come on, Jack. All right.
Oh.
You need a hint?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, texter. Thanks for piling on. Coach. Former coach. Carl Durrell.
I'll say football.
Yes, former football coach. Charles Oakley.
Speaking of football.
Yes.
Okay. Basketball.
Yes, that's right.
I'll
Go on.
answer that one first. You know, it's funny. I'm getting these emails from all the ticket apps and stuff because they usually say, hey, band's in
Yeah.
town.
Oh, yeah.
Or go to this game. I think I've gotten about 5 emails begging me to buy tickets to the Chiefs-Broncos game. And it always makes me think of that joke of somebody broke into my car last night and left 2 tickets, to the game.
Yeah.
I mean, truthfully, why? What would it lead you to go to the game on Christmas night? For the Kansas City weather,
I'll tell
Christmas
you what.
night, a meaningless Chiefs game, Patrick Mahomes is not playing. Other than it's Travis Kelce's last game, maybe at Arrowhead.
I got an answer for you.
Go ahead.
For all the people that never get the opportunity to go because it's such a coveted ticket most of the time.
It's like preseason.
And even then, I feel like,
Right.
oh, man, the weather on Christmas night, and then it's like, oh, we finally get to go, and it's sweet old Gardner Minshew.
Hey, put some respect on that man's name, will you?
Right, he was an NFL starter, but I find it funny that even I was at a Hy-Vee the other day, and there was like people trying to
Buying
give
his
away
jersey?
tickets.
Oh.
No, trying to give away
Buying
tickets
his
this Christmas night game.
Hey, by the
Like,
way,
please.
weather.com,
It's supposed to be
60
beautiful.
degrees. So
Yeah.
I don't want to hear about the
Like
weather. on
here,
Christmas.
like here in Wichita, we're supposed to be a
It could
high
be
of
85.
69.
No, I looked at Kansas City even.
Yeah.
So
I'll tell you this, they could offer me free beer for the entire game, and I'd
Ooh.
still turn it down.
that might be the
I'd
tipping
still
point for
turn
me.
it down.
I think that would be a yes for me.
I'm in. Yeah, I'll Uber to the game. Yep.
Spend time with family. Go be a family man.
We can all drink.
Spend a bunch of time on Thanksgiving with my family. Oh, man, we're done. Ty Cobb, born on this day, not dead.
Played by Tommy Lee Jones.
Yep. Tyrus Raymond Cobb.
I thought you were about to sing that there for a moment, Jack.
Yeah, me too.
Sound like a song.
Breaking a song.
It sounded like it.
All right, that'll do her for me. Tomorrow, what do we got going tomorrow? Story of the week. We got Alabama OU after hours tomorrow to kick off college football playoff action. All right, I'll talk to y'all tomorrow, folks. Thank you for listening. Stick around. The Pulse is next.
Wichita's
Shane.
Goodbye.
new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
Hey, Jack, we'll use
ESPN
a
Wichita,
player
let's have
sound
a
here in the
KC
first
watch
segment. That's
party
okay.
Sunday, December 21st.
Okay, and you'll have
at Gillies
Kansas Pace
Park
after your
City.
first
Hang
break.
out
Thank
at
you.
the Golden Circle Sports Bar with 2 50-foot screens, and we'll cheer on Kansas City as the season winds down. Every seat is the best seat in the house. Game day eats and ice-cold beverages will be served Sunday the 21st at the brand new Gillies in Park City with ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. Celebrate the Red Tag sales event with huge year-end savings on all makes and models. Check out 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Custom 4x4 and save up to $12,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing. Check out the 2026 Chevy Colorado Z71 4x4 with up to $8,000 off MSRP and 3.9% financing for 60 months. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tag, title, tax, and administrative fees expire January 2nd, 2026.
Great news, Derby. Ribbit Computer Services has expanded to 2100 North Rock Road, bringing expert phone repairs and top-tier tech support to your neighborhood. Cracked screen, battery issues, watery damage, we fix it all. Fast, affordable, and reliable. Our newest location is ready to handle iPhones, Androids, and more. Don't let phone troubles slow you down. Stop by Ribbit and Derby today and see why we're the go-to tech experts for all your repair needs.
Get great gifts for the workshop at Menards. Know you're getting the job done right with a level from Johnson Level. They offer a variety of levels, laser levels, and layout tools for incredible accuracy. Get a 24-inch I-beam level. On sale now through December 24th. Hurry, Christmas is almost here. View our selection of Johnson Level tools on Menards.com. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for many other great deals happening this week.
Hey there! On behalf of Mid-American Credit Union, we want to give a huge shout out to our incredible members. You're the reason we do what we do. Thanks for supporting your member-owned credit union. We hope your holidays are merry, bright, and filled with all good things. Happy New Year!
Hi, this is Andy with Amplify and Wichita's Edge Sports Complex. We want to thank you for listening to ESPN Wichita and supporting local businesses and the local Wichita sports community. We're grateful for every athlete, family, and fan who makes this community so special. Happy holidays and healthy, successful New Year for the rest of us.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Yeah, the guys are down. You busted their butt to win the game. I wouldn't expect anything less.
Just hug him, man. That's my brother. We've been through so much. We'll be selfish to ask God why right now, why this. Build from it. We love that. That's my guy. It's Pat Mahomes.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. NFL Week 16 kicks off with a massive game tonight. Rams-Seahawks. Not only is sole possession of first in the NFC West on the line, but the winner also is in the driver's seat for the top spot in the NFC. LA star receiver Devontae Adams doubtful with knee and hamstring injuries. How do things change for the Rams if he's out? Pro Football Hall of Famer Warren Moon.
They probably will lose a lot down in the red zone because that's where they use him a lot because he gets one-on-one and he's one of the best, off the football as far as his releases. So he's scored a lot of touchdowns. But I think Puka's going to probably take over that role. You'd love to have him at your disposal, but I think not having him won't hurt him as much as people think because of how much they're playing the three tight end set.
Warren Moon on Amber and Ian. Colts opened the practice window for quarterback Anthony Richardson, and he returned to practice 2 months after suffering a fractured orbital bone in a pregame incident. He won't play on Monday Night Football. Phillip Rivers remains Indy's starter. Tigers ace, two-time defending American League Cy Young Award winner Tarek Skubal added to the Team USA roster for March's World Baseball Classic.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy. Coming up Friday, I'll tell you why the Bears need to beat the Packers if they want to avoid missing out on the playoffs entirely. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
You're listening to The Pulse with Pat Strathman on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Small town, big dreams, and a young boy the age of 15 had a premonition his city would get seen. Now I'm winning, get Sheen in the city of the home.
What's up, Wichita? Happy Thursday, everybody. Hope you're doing well. I'm sure you are getting all sorts of excited because we are officially a week away from Christmas. You ready to rock and roll? I know I am. But before we can actually celebrate Christmas, a few more shows to do. Welcome into the Pulse. I'm Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Thanks for dropping by. Hope you're enjoying the wind. Try not to blow away as you drive around town today. But thanks for listening to us on 92.3 FM on the old radio dial. If you can't listen in your car because you're about to reach your destination, but you still want to listen to us, here's how you can do it. Pull up ESPNWichita.com for starters. In the top right corner, you will see Listen Live. Click on that. You can listen to the programming here on ESPN Wichita. If you want to check out podcasts, we have them available on the website as well. Check out some great pictures on there, all that lovely stuff on ESPNWichita.com. You can also stream the show on your favorite smart speaker. Tell your smart speaker to tune into ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM or KKGQ. Take us on the go by downloading the ESPN Wichita app. That's a free gift for you all, by the way. If you haven't treated yourself to the ESPN Wichita app, I highly recommend changing that right now. Apple, Android, doesn't matter. You can stream ESPN Wichita on there. Check out all of our podcasts. You can call in while listening to the show. If you need a reminder on what's taking place on the station, we have a daily lineup page on there. We have access to our social media pages, all right there at your fingertips. Download the ESPN Wichita app today. And if you want to watch us, that's also available. If you want to watch us on YouTube from Equity Bank Park, you can. Facebook, X, we are video streaming in all those different places. So check us out on all those different social media platforms. I'm Pat Strathman. Producing this lovely thing is Jack Johnson. 316-669-4996 is a number you should have handy today because we will be giving away $30 in Kansas lottery tickets once again. If that interests you, we'll give you that opportunity at some point. On the text line, don't really have anything to give away per se. I'm just kidding. Anyone that listens to the show knows that Tuesdays and Thursdays, we have our burnt end of the hour trivia question brought to you by Tinker Barbecue. Be ready to text 316-247-0923. If there's anything on your brain and you feel like you really have to get off your chest, feel free to text 316-247-0923. Find us on social media. Be a part of the 10,000 plus on Facebook. That's right, over 10,000 followers on Facebook. Crazy to look back in January and see 1,500 followers and now seeing over 10,000. Thank you so much for being a part of that group. If you haven't locked in on Facebook yet, highly recommend following us on Facebook because we have all sorts of goodies on there, lots and lots of content on there. You can also follow us on X. If you want to send us a tweet, feel free. Instagram has a boatload of followers as well. Check us out on Insta as we make our way to 2,000 on Instagram. Make sure to follow us at ESPN Wichita on all those different platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel continues to grow. We get more and more people that watch us. We have more and more comments on there as well. Make sure to subscribe there on YouTube. Hey, Texter, 316-247-0923. Thank you so much for letting me know that you went and got yourself some Tinker Barbecue. Went there today, got ribs. Very, very good. I hope that you had a chance to speak with our boy Bruce, who's amazing over there. I'm glad that you enjoyed because we enjoy it every time we go over the Tinker Barbecue. I have not had an unpleasant experience at Tinker Barbecue. Nothing but amazingness over there. And I'm glad you got the ribs because I feel like, they do everything well over there, but I do feel like at some point I do need to do my rankings. Although I think Bruce already knows what my number one option is. Everything's good over there. And Texter, congrats on winning, first and foremost. And good work stopping on by and checking out our friends at Tinker Barbecue. Thank you, sir. That was very nice of you. Thanks for doing that. Getting the hot links next. I think that is a good call, too. Shane ended up getting some hot links the other day, and they're massive. You're talking just two huge hot links. So I would definitely make that recommendation. Good stuff for sure. All right, here's what we got for you today. Coming up in a little bit, we actually have multiple guests today. Coming up in a little bit, with the Royals and all the stuff going on there with Kansas City, I texted Dave Leske earlier in the week. I said, hey, Leske, would you be available on Wednesday? And he said, nah, I'm going to be too busy, but I'm going to hop on Soren's show because he's cooler. Fine. But the consolation prize is me getting Dave Leske on the program today. So we'll talk to Leske coming up at 2:25. He's from Inside the Crown. What to make of the Royals offseason thus far. We'll get to that at 2:25. At the end of the first hour, our burnt end of the hour trivia question brought to you by Tinker Barbecue. Also have to reflect on what took place in the national championship game last night. Had a chance to watch a good portion of it. I know one diehard listener not very happy with the end result, but we will talk about that coming up here in a little bit. Second hour, we have Running the Spread, presented to you by El Bandito Yankee Tequila. I made up some ground on Jack, trying to make it competitive all the way until the very end. I'll reveal how well we did last week, coming up at 3:02. At 3:20, we'll be joined by the voice of the Kansas Jayhawks, Brian Haney. And the reason why we moved them up 5 minutes is because we have a special closer who's going to be with us in studio today, and that is the Director of Athletics at Wichita State, Kevin Saul. Kevin's going to be in studio today. I think he heard about Shane Dennis in the decorations, and he thought, you know what, I'm going to pop on by. And I said, that sounds lovely, Kevin. There's always a spot for you here in studio. So Kevin Saul going to drop on by to wrap things up. Can't wait. Should be a ton of fun. That's our lineup for today. It is December 18, 2025. Thanks so much for being a part of the ESPN Wichita family. 316-247-0923. I'm set to talk Wichita State, so I'll make it quick here. What/who do you think is the biggest piece the Chiefs need to improve next season? My vote is running back. Got to ease up Pat's expectations. That's probably where I'm going as of right now, Texter. But like I said, tomorrow we might have a little bit more time to really discuss it. Maybe even push it to next week, although next week I'm not going to be here, so I guess that's a poor decision. But we'll take a good long look at some different things for Kansas City because that's the problem for the Chiefs right now. There's more than just one thing that needs to be fixed. There are multiple things that need to be fixed and how you go about fixing them. So there are a lot of things that you have to account for, which we'll talk about at some point here on the Pulse. But I got to talk about Wichita State because the Shockers, they were able to fend off the Terriers of Wofford last night, 84-73. Wichita State gets the W inside Charles Koch Arena. Shockers never trailed. A couple of times, though, Wofford made a couple of pushes, but the Terriers never really could. I never really felt like they were a true threat. Maybe that's foolish for me to say, but I never really felt like Wofford was really threatening to do a whole heck of a lot. Shockers led 41-29 at halftime. Yes, I know the lead shrunk to as little as 4 multiple occasions, but I never once felt like the Shockers were going to completely crumble. I never thought that would be the case because after what we saw against DePaul, where there were numerous opportunities to maybe put the final nail in the coffin or leapfrog DePaul, whatever it might be, the Shockers in this one, they always had the answer for Wofford. The Terriers would go on a little bit of a run, and the Shockers would either call timeout, come out of the timeout, and execute. I didn't count how many times the Shockers executed out of a media timeout or whatever, but I thought that Paul Mills was able to draw up some plays to get some easy buckets. He threw in some different sets and some different looks coming out of timeouts that Wichita State was able to execute on. If I had the time to go back and look at every single one of them, I definitely would. But that, to me, is what felt really important in the game to stymie any run that Wofford was trying to make. You have a backdoor pick set by Will Berg that leads to a slam dunk on the alley-oop for Jared Valencia. Or you have a three-pointer in the corner after moving the ball side to side and setting up a play for that three-point shot. I feel like the Shockers had more of that last night to allow them to be successful to get that 11-point win. Important to have Will Berg back out there. Never would have thought, though, that the biggest thing for him and for the Shockers would be his free throw shooting. We noted how bad the free throw shooting was on Saturday. It was kind of a freak deal in that game against DePaul. You could tell the Shockers were ready to capitalize at the free throw line last night. They ended up shooting 69%. Most coaches, I think, shoot for 70%, so just a little bit off when it comes to that number. But 25 of 36 as a unit at the free throw stripe, and Will Berg was 9 of 10 from the free throw line. He ended up being a pretty big piece there for the Shockers, ended up with 15 points. But the guy who really seemed to be a pest for Wofford, it was Drake Kendall. Drake Kendall ends up with 19 points off the bench, only missed one shot. He was 8 of 9 for the free throw line as well, was credited with 1 steal, but you can make the argument that he probably forced a few others. That was the one player in particular who I felt like was able to slow things down and to change things back in favor of Wichita State. Kenyon Giles ends up with 22 points, knocked down 3 trays, Wichita State had 7 overall from distance in that basketball game. Shockers did get out-rebounded. You have Wofford pulling down 15 offensive rebounds. But the difference, like we talked about with Kansas the other day against Towson, you see Towson pulled down 22 offensive rebounds. That's not great. You don't want to see that. But yet it was Kansas that was, +6 in that category with points off second chances. Wofford was 1 point better than the Shockers with points on second chances, 14 compared to the 13. Shockers hung on to the ball well, only 8 turnovers, forced 9. They were able to take advantage of the miscues that they forced because Wofford doesn't turn the ball over a whole heck of a lot to begin with. When you do force turnovers, much like offensive rebounds, they don't really mean a whole heck of a lot unless you do something with them. You got to capitalize. And the Shockers were able to do that with 16 points off those 9 turnovers. That was a nice bounce-back game for Wichita State to get that win over Wofford. Terriers tried to make a couple of runs, but Shockers had something drawn up. They were ready to rock and roll for pretty much any moment there in the second half. Well, you heard from Paul Mills earlier today on the Shane Dennis Show. If you want to listen to the Paul Mills audio, you can find it online on our YouTube channel, ESPN Wichita 92.3. You can watch it. You can also watch this that we're about to play. The players that were able to speak to media members after the game. Here are Wichita State players after a W over Wofford last night.
Dre, just coming in, looked like you had a scoring mindset. Just tell me what you wanted to bring to the team tonight. And like the 19 points, was that due to a mindset, or is that just what the game presented, or anything differently tonight?
Just my coaches and teammates telling me that I pass so much, so they're telling me to go in there and play off 2 feet, and just try to create for myself to create for others.
And how does that change the game when defenses have to account for that? Is that you feel like that might open up the passing even more if you can show that you can score it too?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, especially like KG having 22, knocking down shots like that. I mean, it's definitely going to be easy for me to get in there and, finish. And then now they're going to have to step over and not kick it to him. You're not going to really miss.
Kenyon, last week you mentioned you wanted your team to get better in those late game situations, especially offensively. Just what did you like out of your team today?
I mean, all of us, we all got in the gym. We were all in it, even right after. We was trying to get in the gym right after the night after. And so we just got in the gym, and it felt good. We just got to keep it going, stay down one day at a time.
And Will, after being sidelined last game, how did it feel to have this kind of performance?
It was nice being out there with my teammates again. Nice bring down the dub as well. Just thankful to be out there and feeling a little bit better.
KG, what is it? The offense? How does the offense change when Dre is scoring like that? What does that do to the offense? Do to the floor when he's a scorer out there?
Oh, it does a lot because I feel like nobody can guard Dre and Mike one-on-one. Dre is a blur. So it's really relieving. Just knowing he got the ball, he's going to make the right play. And I know when all these guys have the ball, they're going to make the right play. So it's really relieving just seeing us being able to show it.
And I remember you said the name of the game last game was a free throw shooting. Was there an emphasis on that in the practices leading up to today?
Yeah, of course. I feel like individual wise, I feel like we were all locked in. We talked about it in the locker room, but we just got locked in on our free throws as a team. We really locked in on it.
And Dre, with the shot selections, it looks like you've been really careful. You're only taking good stuff this year. Have coaches told you hey, it's okay to push that a little bit more, be a little bit more aggressive?
That's just kind of always been my game. I just try to take the best shots for the team. I never really been a selfish player, so I just try to make sure I take what's best for myself and the team. So that's really all it is.
Dre, what kind of adjustments have you learned over these, your 10, 11 games now into Division I basketball? How have you changed your game to stay effective?
Just using my quickness and my handles to my ability, just trying to get past defenders as much as I can and create for others. It's not too much different from JUCO. Guys just a little bit bigger, but, it's not really not much difference.
This is for anyone. Just what was the locker room like after this win to get right and get back into the win column? Just what did Coach have to say, and just what's the mood like?
Recovery, just making sure. Recovery, just making sure we, get ready for the next one, and just making sure that, we just one win at a time. That's it.
Overall, it feels pretty good to get right back in non-conference action.
No,
Before you guys ended.
For sure.
Did you just like the overall growth of the team tonight? You had the double-digit lead. You let it come back down to 4 a couple of times. What has to be better there about just not letting teams come back? And obviously you guys ended with a double-digit win, but you feel is there growth there, or you guys just look at the final score line like, yeah, that's a good one?
I mean, we understand, like, especially Division I basketball, we played a really good Wofford team. So we understand when we make their runs, a team like Wofford is not going to just lay back. They're going to punch back. I feel like we handled those as a team very well. We came into our huddle, said they're good teams. They're going to punch us. We got to punch right back. I love when we make the first punch, which we did. We got to understand that teams are going to punch right back at us.
KG, Dre's a real quick individual here. Can you just describe what it's like kind of having that kind of firepower off the bench?
I mean, it's crazy, I mean, it just shows like how good we are as a team as well. I mean, every time he comes in, it's like, okay, he always brings a spark, on the defensive end and offensive end. So you just love it because, in practice, you got to guard this guy. You're like, oh, man, I got to guard Dre today, and I got to be guarded by Dre. That's what people don't really like. I feel like I got to be guarded by Dre. But right now, he's really showing offensively that he can be dominant. So it's like I love it. I love the way he's blossoming into who he is right now.
Will, do you have a routine at the free throw line? If something's going through your mind, how do you get yourself in a good place there?
Well, it's just been an emphasis, like we previously mentioned, for the whole team. Free throw club, and then just being able to lock in, just stick into the routine. And even though I missed that one, I just did the same thing again, and just being able to be confident in all the work you put in and all the faith you give from your teammates.
Nice. Will, just noticeable height difference tonight. Did you feel like there's a real advantage to that in this one?
Yeah, especially when you have shooters on the floor like KG and everyone, especially when you can get those open corner threes. I can just seal in and get easy offensive boards.
Trey, how about you at the line? Do you have a routine?
I mean, yeah, I do. I just go take one dribble, calm down. And, I just think I'm in the gym by myself. I work out so much, put so much work in that, I don't let nothing faze me. Just go down, make shots.
Anything else?
All right, there you go. The players after a win over Wofford, 84-73. Shockers get the dub. And now Wichita State has Eastern Kentucky coming up on Sunday. Make plans to go out there to Charles Koch Arena and pack the Roundhouse before turning the attention over to American Conference play, which hard to believe it's here, but it is very much around the corner. Coming up, we will have our burnt end of the hour trivia question brought to you by Tinker Barbecue. Hour 2, back-to-back guests with Brian Haney, voice of the Kansas Jayhawks, Kevin Saul, director of athletics at Wichita State. He's set to join us in studio, which is a boatload of fun. Can't wait for that. Also can't wait for this guy, David Lesky of Inside the Crown. Lesky is going to talk about the Royals offseason when we return here on The Pulse.
You're tuned into The Pulse.
Kansas Space.
On
Yes, sir.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
What's up, Wichita? The holiday season. It's always magical, but doesn't it just feel so stressful sometimes because you're juggling so much? And some of you are juggling more than just work. Are you juggling work, family, and the needs of your aging parents? Kansas PACE can provide the help you've been looking for. You'll have peace of mind knowing your parent is receiving expert, compassionate care while living at home. PACE provides all the medical care your parent needs with their doctors, nurses, and specialists and therapists who specialize in older adults. PACE takes care of all the paperwork and arranges all the appointments. Pace does all the driving too. You don't have to take off from work, which is nice. Pace provides in-home care as well, which I cannot stress enough how big of a deal that is. Kansas Pace takes some of the weight off your back that comes with taking care of aging parents. They become your trusted partner in caretaking. Plus, they have an activity center packed with fun activities your parent will actually look forward to visiting. The medical clinic, it's right there attached to the activity center, so everything is in one place. If you need help taking care of an aging parent, it will be worth your while to check out Kansas Pace. It could just make your life and your parents' life much easier. Learn how they can help your family today at kansaspace.org. That's kansaspace.org.
He was just one of those friends that everybody liked to have, that anytime you needed something, you call Matt.
Very big-hearted. An impaired driver killed the Grove's son in 2011.
There's not a day that goes by I don't think about him.
It hurts. He won't be able to be a father, a husband, or a grandfather. Always drive sober.
Parents aren't supposed to bury their children.
A message from the Kansas Department of Transportation and all the victims of impaired driving crashes.
Toppers Plus Truck and RV is your home for Rhino Linings Eco Coat, a spray-on RV roof coating for the ultimate protection of your RV. It's 100% seamless, won't crack or peel, UV resistant, lasts 3 times longer than your traditional rubber sheet roof, and includes a Toppers Plus lifetime leak-free guarantee. Get your free RV roof inspection at Toppers Plus Truck and RV. Upgrade your RV at 333 Northwest Street or check us out at toppersplusks.com.
Make your truck work for you!
Today on Hey Culligan Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Round 1 of the college football playoff. Friday, Oklahoma hosts Alabama. Then on Saturday, it's Miami at Texas A&M. Followed by Tulane at Ole Miss. And finally, James Madison at Oregon. The college football playoff. Round 1 on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Your home of college football. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
We're where you want to be. Baseball with the Royals. If you want to be having a great time.
Yeah, that's right. Fire up the happy music for the Kansas City Royals because it feels like a good offseason thus far. And to talk more about that, we welcome in our good old friend, David Lesky of Inside the Crown. Lesky, you might be wrong. What's wrong with going to the mall on December 18? What's wrong with that?
What's right with that? I mean, come on, dude. I don't want to go to the mall on June 18th. And yeah, no, a week before Christmas, I don't even drive by the mall.
Well, the
malls exist. There's one. There's
they
a mall
do.
in Kansas City.
They do. Yeah,
others
there's one down here in Wichita, Town East Mall, which
Okay.
there's still
I
people.
didn't know if Oak Park Mall was the only one left.
Nope, that's not it. Nope, there's definitely more. When I was out in California, there was a very bougie mall, and I mean very bougie, and I was like, dang. And it was
you walked into a celebrity's house. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that you're probably not wrong, to be honest with you. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the case, but mercy. Definitely a lot of people there at that mall. So malls are still very much alive, still very much out there,
Hey,
which is good.
Good for you, malls. You did it.
Absolutely. They had us in the first half, not gonna lie. All right. But that's not the case anymore for this mall. All right, enough of this mall talk. Let's get down to business. Royals in the off season. Where do you even start? Maybe let's start with Mike.
There is an order. There's chronological. We can do that.
I don't know. I'd rather go with
chronological means based on time. Sorry, the word was too big.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. That's a big word for Elmo.
Did you miss me?
All right. So Michael Garcia, I'm starting there by golly, because he's a guy that everyone was talking about last season. What did the Royals do with him? Well, it turns out they say, you know what? You played well enough to deserve a 5-year contract extension. That will contain a club option for a 6th season, $57.5 million guaranteed, which is quite nice for him. Although the earnings could eventually be somewhere close to $85 million, which is also a good thing for Michael Garcia. So how about the left side of the infield officially being solidified for a long time now? And now you don't have to worry about who's going to play third base. It's going to be Michael Garcia for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, it's, if you look at the deal, it is, I don't think the Royals put one over on him. I don't think he got more money than he deserved. I think it was these two teams said, oh, what's fair? And they came out with what's fair. I wrote about Garcia extension earlier in the offseason, and I landed on, if they gave him a straight 6 years, $77 million. I feel pretty good about that because with escalators and the option picked up, it can go to 6 and 85. So it wouldn't be very surprising, I don't think, if they ended up getting 6 and 77 when it's all said and done, which is, I feel good about that. So it made sense. And yeah, Garcia is locked up through at least 2030. Well, the Royals have control over him until 2031 because it is a team option. So Bobby Witt's under team control really through 2030 because the option years start. And I will tell you right now, I'd be willing to bet money that he will not play a single year on those options. It's either going to be a new contract or he's going to be elsewhere. But those two, 5 years. They have 5 years of Bobby Witt Jr. and Michael Garcia on the left side. That you can't be upset about that. That it's great defense, it's speed, it's base running, it's less power from Garcia, more from Witt. It's an ability to get on base. It's ability to hit. Those two, Witt more than Garcia, obviously, because Witt's one of the best players in baseball. But those two do everything well, and the Royals have them both locked up,
which is great. Now you can look at elsewhere, like outfield. What do you do with the outfield as of right now? Let's go with Lane Thomas first. Probably not as sexy, I suppose, as the trade that was made, but Lane Thomas. I know Jack and I have talked about this. It would appear that this wouldn't exactly be the number one option for the Kansas City Royals. However, it is a guy, when healthy, that can mash lefties, that could be serviceable. The deal seems to be all right, at least to me, it seems all right. So what about Lane Thomas, and what's the expectation for him going into 2026?
$5.5 million for 1 year. It's kind of the going rate. He, in his career, has an 859 OPS against lefties. 2025, this is probably not fair, but I think you can throw it out. You got hit in the wrist early in the year, dealt with plantar fasciitis all season long, and ultimately at the end of the season. I think wrist injuries are bad for hitters. They are. Plantar fasciitis, I'm a little bit concerned about that moving forward because that has hurt some guys, beyond hurt, not pain, but has actually derailed their careers a little bit. But also it's a heel thing. And if you can't plant your foot, how can you hit? It feels like we can look past that. Against lefties in 2024, 302, 386, 492. The Royals did not hit lefties. Lane Thomas has, outside of 2025, basically done nothing but hit lefties. So I think it makes a lot of sense. My gut feeling is you're seeing Jack Caglione to start the season, and a little bit with Kyle Isbell, because Thomas can play center field. He's very fast. He's not a great defender, but he's fast. I think if the Royals have it their way, if they get that BK push, if they have it their way, they will. Jack Caglione is going to play every day by mid-May. I think he's going to prove to them, hey, I don't need a platoon partner. Hey, there might be a day off here and there against the lefties, but the real platoon would be Lane Thomas with Kyle Isbell. And if you want to talk about how are the Royals going to win a World Series, I think part of that equation is Jack Caglione playing every day, because he's earned playing every day and is hitting 30, 35, 40 home runs. So I think he's a little bit of a Caglione handcuff, but ultimately, if everything goes exactly as the Royals want, he's more of a Kyle Isbell platoon partner.
David Lesky of Inside the Crown joining us here on the Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. All right, the trade that was made with the Milwaukee Brewers. Bye-bye Angel Zerpa, and hello to Isaac Collins, an outfielder, and a reliever in Nick Mears. There was one Twitter account, I can't remember what it is, but some sort of a trade value later, and it has to deal with who won the trade, and it was a minor overpay by the Brewers, according to this computer, I suppose. But hey, what do you make of the deal that the Kansas City Royals made with the Milwaukee Brewers?
I'm going to start with Zerpa because I think anybody who has read me or listened to me knows he's not my favorite pitcher in the world.
You don't say.
Look, do you want my opinion, or do you want me to be bland? I can do it either one. It's your call. If you don't want me to tell you what I think, I won't tell you what I think. No, but I 100% understand how you can watch Angel Zerpa and think, I'm going to figure out how that guy's our closer. I 100% don't believe it's possible. and it's not like the talent is there. I mean, he can hit upper 90s with his fastball, gets a ton of ground balls. I was trying to figure out a word to say that was like it, but wasn't. But he gets
inappropriate for radio,
balls.
but I get it.
Yeah, I'm keeping you on the air. The Brewers, as a punishment to Wichita, the Brewers have a great infield defense. I think there's a lot to like about Angel Zerpa, particularly for the Brewers. Also, they have a pitching program that is exceptional. The Royals are really good too. So I think that we need to remember that when thinking, the Brewers are going to turn them around. Well, if Brian Sweeney and Zach Bove and Mitch Setter couldn't, I'm not saying others can't, but it's not like it's the previous regime of pitching coaches in Kansas City. Let's start with that. So I understand why they would want Angel Zerpa, and I also understand why they have an outfield surplus. They think they've maxed out Nick Mears. I can see, they want to move on from those two guys. They like Angel Zerpa, so let's trade those two guys for Angel Zerpa. I think the value's off there, and the Brewers they get so much credit for anything they do, which they've earned in a lot of ways. But they're kind of the new Rays, where you remember that the tweet that was, "I love this trade for the Rays. Who'd they get? What'd they give up?" And it kind of feels like the Brewers are that team now. Like, it doesn't matter what they do. It was good because the Brewers did it. And I don't maybe I'll look back and be like, wow, that guy was dumb. Me being that guy. But I think they gave up more value than they got. And the Royals are the beneficiaries of that. Isaac Collins, yes, there's some regression coming. I don't think he's going to be, I think it's at least somewhat unlikely that he will be 20% above league average offensively again. Now, having said that, what he did in 2025 matched what he did in the minors in 2021, 2023, and 2024. The one year he struggled was 2022, and the Rockies, who famously are terrible at this, said, all right, we're out on him, and released him, and the Brewers picked him up. I think that there's at least something to say about the fact that his season in the big leagues looks a lot like his seasons in the minors. I mean, I know the majors are harder than the minors, but that's interesting to me. That said, he doesn't hit the ball especially hard, doesn't barrel it. He has exceptional plate discipline, and I think that will help keep his floor high. I also think it's worth noting he credits Connor Dawson quite a bit, and Connor Dawson is the Royals hitting coach now. There's no way the Royals made this trade and didn't say, hey, Connor, what do you think? I mean, he clearly weighed in on this. And then to get Nick Mears as well, who's a solid middle reliever. I don't think you want him closing games unless the Royals can figure out how to get more out of him. But he does a nice job. He gets chased too. And I think the trade is so interesting because Isaac Collins, I might have this backwards, but one of them had the fourth lowest chase. Isaac Collins either had the third or fourth lowest chase rate in baseball, and Nick Mears either had the third or fourth highest chase rate among relievers in baseball. So kind of a fun juxtaposition there. And those are two things the Royals did poorly. Their hitters chased too much and their pitchers didn't get enough chase. And they acquired a guy who doesn't chase and a pitcher who does get chase. So, if there's anybody named Chase listening, I've mentioned you a million times now, but it's a trade that brought in areas of need and traits of need, maybe even more than the players, which I think is a great thing to be looking for.
Okay, so Zerpa, one of the few lefties in the bullpen, now moves on. So what is the next move for JJ Piccolo in terms of trying to find that next lefty for the bullpen?
Yeah, I think they do need one. If you look in the Royals bullpen right now, I think the lefties are, and right now it's December 18th, but the lefties are Daniel Lynch and Bailey Falter. I'm going to pass on that if it's okay with everybody. They do need, and they've said it out loud. They want a lefty in the bullpen, and part of the issue that they're running into now, which is I'm sure that this isn't a surprise to them, but they're getting signed. Like Drew Pomeranz, I thought was interesting, but he got signed yesterday, 2 days. I can't remember when it was. A lot of these guys are off the board. And again, I think you go back to what the trait the Royals need: chase, swing and miss, strikeouts. Who's available? Unless I've missed it, I think Justin Wilson is still out there. I think Andrew Chafin is still out there. The Pirates signed Gregory Soto. I suppose Taylor Rogers. I don't love that idea. I think it's probably going to come more via the trade. And a couple guys I've mentioned Garrett Clevenger as a trade piece. He's on the Rays, 30-something% strikeout rate last year. Matt Strahm. Sounds like the Phillies are going to trade Matt Strahm. He makes a whole lot of sense for the Royals. I would not be surprised there. And I'm going to give you one more wild card, and he's on the team already, and it's Chris Bubich. I'm not convinced. Look, I think that there's a pretty good chance he gets traded. And I think if he doesn't get traded, there's a really good chance he's a starter. But I also think there's a chance that the Royals look at last season and the fact that he missed pretty much all of 2023 and half of 2024 and then came back as a pretty dominant reliever. And they say, look, I don't know that you can make it through a season. And we've got 7-8 starters. And we really need that big-time lefty setup man in the bullpen. I could see a world where the bullpen hierarchy is Carlos Estevez and then Urseg and Bubich are setting up for him. And it's a pretty salty back of the bullpen if you go that way. So I'm not saying that's how it'll go, but I think that there are options if they don't get their guy in trades or free agency.
Well, if that's the case, then do you think maybe and I don't know who they're all trying to go after. Of course, Duran is the one that comes to mind, but the fact that no deal has been done yet, I mean, maybe with you throwing out that possible solution of Bubich going to the bullpen, does that make you believe that the price tag maybe is just a little too high for a lot of the outfielders that the Royals are trying to go after as of right now?
Well, so I think it's an interesting spot that they're in because big leaguer for big leaguer trade is just hard.
Sure.
Right? Like it's really easy for a team that says, hey, and harder in the offseason for everybody because there are some also rans, but nobody's eliminated from playoff competition. Yeah, it's not like July where you go, look, we know the math, we're trading our players. Or we know the math, we're acquiring players. But it's a lot easier to say, hey, look, we're not expecting to compete this year. We're going to trade you our big leaguer for your prospect. Well, the Royals aren't trading for prospects. We can argue if they should, and they probably should be trading for some prospects too. They should probably they should always be doing both. But it's big leaguer for big leaguer. It's hard to match up. The Red Sox have a need. The Royals have a need. The Royals have what the Red Sox need. The Red Sox have what the Royals need. It kind of makes sense, but now they're playing this game of chicken. Well, how long does that game of chicken last? I don't know. I think it lasts until the guys who they could sign without giving up that player are off the market. I think Framber Valdez. I think Ranger Suarez. I think some of these guys. I'm trying to think. I feel like I'm missing a starter, like a top tier starter who's on the board. But whoever it is, I think a lot of these guys. If you're the Red Sox, you're like, look, I might be willing to change my trade talk, but until I don't get these guys, I'm going to ask for Cole Reagans. And the Royals, if they're being asked for Cole Reagans, are going to say no unless you add 3 pieces to Jarren Duran, which they're not going to do. So it's just not happening. And I think that that's a little bit of a holdup. But I don't think the fact that it hasn't been done means it won't be done. It's just that there's a lot that has to be done before that can happen.
So what's left right now for the offseason? Trade for an outfielder? Is that really it? Or do you feel like
They offered Adolis Garcia.
Yeah.
I don't know what the number. The thing about that's so interesting. I think that there is a world. The Phillies gave him 1 year and $10 million, right? Was that the number? 10, I think it was.
I'll look.
Whatever it was, I think it was around there. The Royals. It would not surprise me if it comes out. I don't know if it'll ever come out.
Yeah, it was 10 million.
Out that the Royals 10 million. Okay, so if the Royals said, "Hey, we're going to give you 12 million, and you're Adolis Garcia, and think you can get a payday, another payday, whether it's 2 or 3 years." I mean, Mike Yastrzemski just got 2 years and 23 million. Where are you going to go to reestablish your home run hitting value? Kauffman Stadium or Citizens Bank Park? I'd take $2 million less. And let's be real, the Royals I think are a playoff contender. The Phillies are a better team also, so you're more likely to get to the playoffs. I guess you could argue that the AL Central is a little easier to get to the playoffs in, but I think you're more likely to be a playoff contender or playoff participant in Philadelphia. You have a better park to hit in. I get why he went there, but I think it's telling that they offered him a deal, whatever it was, because that shows they're not done. So who are they going to go after? I don't know. Is it Harrison Bader? I kind of hope not, unless the price comes down. Is it Austin Hayes? Maybe that's the answer. And you kind of run a weird 5 outfielder platoon that it's just a rotation that makes Matt Quattro's head spin. Because Isaac Collins hits lefties okay, but he's better against righties. So you got your Collins, Isabel, Caglione outfield, and then you can probably run a Hayes, Thomas, Collins outfield. There are a lot of options they can run there, depending on who they're facing. So I think that I think they do get another bat. I don't know if it'll be like the difference maker bat, but I think they do. And the other thing to watch for, I was texting with somebody today that says I think there's more interest in Jonathan India than you realize, and not that there's a lot of interest, because I think there's very little, but more could be 2 teams instead of 1. But one team to watch out for there. Keep an eye on the A's, because they've been basically told to spend money, and they have a hole at second base. I could see a deal coming through there, and then you start to look at, okay, can they get back in on Brendan Donovan? Can they sneak in somehow on Ketel Marte? I don't think so, but they've got options, and I think they could even create more options with the right moves.
Okay. Well, when we see some more deals be done by JJ Piccolo, we'll have you back on. But until then, you enjoy some mall time. Have a lovely holiday season. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Pat. You too.
I appreciate you, buddy. That is David Lesky of Inside the Crown here on The Pulse. Since I know we have 2 guests coming up in hour number 2, let's go ahead and get this job done now. Caller number 6 at 316-669-4996 for $30 in Kansas Lottery tickets. Be the 6th caller and win $30 in Kansas Lottery tickets, winner cash bonus tickets. If you won something in the past 30 days, you can't win. If you haven't picked up your ones from before, can't win. Just want to throw that out there. 316-669-4996. Did you know that you can play Kansas Lottery on your smartphone? You can download the Play On app today. And if you don't win anything off these scratchers, you can use them for second chance drawings. 316-669-4996. When we return, our Burt End of the Hour trivia question brought to you by Tinker Barbecue.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Gillies Park City is now open, and we're ready for you. The legendary Honky Tonk Spirit is alive and kicking with live music in our up-close and personal 500-person capacity venue. Try our mouth-watering barbecue, then grab a chair at one of 1,000 gaming terminals. Enjoy wall-to-wall sports, non-stop arcade action, and trackside simulcast and racebook, all under one roof. Come play, cut loose, and feel the energy you can only get at Gillies, where the stars come to play. Minutes north of Wichita in Park City, or visit playgillies.com.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today?
You can feel the rush of a 400-horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Ariya that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Ariya and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Ariya.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The ESPN Wichita app is available now for both Android and Apple. Go to your app store and download today. All you have to do is search ESPN Wichita and take the station with you wherever you go. While you're there, find podcasts of your favorite shows. Sign up for our app-only contests. Send a text into the show and much more. The ESPN Wichita app, your source for sports in Wichita. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who...
Congrats, Gage. Gage has won $30 in Kansas lottery tickets. Let's give you a chance to win something else. How about $20 to Tinker Barbecue? Doesn't that sound lovely? You're going to need to text your guesses to 316-247-0923. Tinker Barbecue, just around the corner from us. From fall off the bone ribs to juicy brisket and house-made sides, they are serving food with big flavor and slow smoked to perfection. They have all sorts of yummy things over there. They have meatloaf sandwiches. You heard that correctly. Today is Pizza Thursday. Go get you some brisket pizza, and it is amazing. Yesterday, we had their hot beef sandwiches that comes with a cup of au jus. Stupendous. It was so good. They have all sorts of specials. They have, of course, the stuff that you're also looking for, like burn ends, for instance. Always a fan of the burn ends. They have great ribs, all sorts of lovely food options over there. Find them at 620 West Maple, open Tuesday through Saturday from 11 until 7. 1 week from yesterday, they will have a Christmas Eve brunch from 10 until 12. So if you're looking for a very special menu, I'm sure there'll be something special next Wednesday at Tinker Barbecue. Tinker Barbecue, refuel your tank at Tinker Barbecue. Remember, text your guesses to 316-247-0923 for your chance to win some lovely barbecue. $20 to Tinker Barbecue. All right, with that being said, Jack Johnson, our Burt end of the hour trivia question is what?
Well, we know that Fernando Tatis is most famously known for hitting 2 grand slams in 1 inning at Dodger Stadium. The trivia question is, who is the only player in Major League Baseball history to hit 2 grand slams in the game, both from different sides of the plate? So one in the right-hander's box, one in the left-hander's box. The only player in baseball history to do that in 1 game.
The only player in MLB history to hit a grand slam on both sides of the plate. Text your guesses now to 316-247-0923. Text 316-247-0923 for your chance to win $20 to Tinker Barbecue. Who is the only one to hit 2 grand salamis in the same game, but on both sides of the plate. Text 316-247-0923. Hutch fans, and I know we got a lot of Hutchinson Community College fans that listen to the show. I'm sorry, Blue Dragon fans. That was tough. Hutchinson Community College ends up losing to Iowa Western in the NJCAA Division I Football National Championship game, 28-10. The Blue Dragons, they started off really hot. They had a strong first quarter. They marched down the field on the very first drive, and they were able to score just fine. Derek Sally Jr. was the one who made a tremendous catch over defender to take that 7-0 lead. Blue Dragons would tack on another 3 points, but Iowa Western was not – they were not flinching at all. They were able to do just fine. They settled in and scored 28 unanswered. And Malachi Marshall, the quarterback, he would be the one to throw a pick in the game. It was tipped, and Hutch ended up getting an INT. But Marshall really went on to dominate in the second half. He finished the game with 212 total yards and 3 touchdowns, added a pair in the third and fourth quarters. Hutch's offense couldn't get anything going. And when Iowa Western has the ability to run the football with a sizable lead, look out, because the Reavers have the capability of running the football. So good work for Iowa Western. My heart's broken for Drew Dallas there for the Blue Dragons. It was their first loss since October of 2024. They were trying to win another national title, but unfortunately, it was Iowa Western who was better. But I've had a chance to talk to Coach Scott Strohmeyer, who ended up losing his daughter earlier in the year. And that's just a very emotional and fitting win for him in Iowa Western as the Reavers get another national title. Hour number 2, running the spread, brought to you by El Bandito Yankee Tequila. We'll pick every game in the NFL against the spread. After that, we'll have Brian Haney, voice of the Kansas Jayhawks. In studio, Kevin Saul, Director of Athletics at Wichita State. All that coming up in hour number 2 of The Pulse.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
Round 1 of the college football playoff. Friday, Oklahoma hosts Alabama. Then on Saturday, it's Miami at Texas A&M. Followed by Tulane at Ole Miss. And finally, James Madison at Oregon. The College Football Playoff, Round 1 on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Your home of college football, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Looking for expert tech help? Ribbit Computer Services has you covered. With 2 Wichita locations at 3433 North Rock Road and 125th Northwest Street, plus our Derby store at 2100 North Rock Road. We're your go-to for computer repairs, IT solutions, and more. Our skilled technicians provide fast, friendly service to keep your devices running smoothly. Need a fix? Hop on over to Ribbit Computer Services today.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. Celebrate the Red Tag sales event with huge year-end savings on all makes and models. Check out 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Custom 4x4 and save up to $12,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing. Check out the 2026 Chevy Colorado Z71 4x4 with up to $8,000 off MSRP and 3.9% financing for 60 months. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag.
How'd you come up with that one, Jack?
Check us out online at
Just out of the blue?
davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tag title tax.
I was just on this little sports trivia page I had
For over
bookmarked.
55
I love
years
it.
and 2 generations, the Southwestern Remodeling
Good amount of
Professionals
guesses on
have
it. I
been
can promise you
providing
that.
homeowners in the
Got a lot of
Wichita
people
area
text.
with a truly
Anybody
unique
right?
luxury remodeling experience.
Yeah, we had
From the initial consultation
probably
through
5 of
project
them
design
be
and
correct.
production,
So that's
our
pretty
team
good.
provides concierge
Nice.
style service.
Yeah, a
with
few
true
of them
focus on the
had
best
other
quality
ones that are just
products
pure
and
guesses.
professional
I think you can tell who
installation. Are you
Googles and
ready
who
to
doesn't.
experience something truly different? Give us a call today at 263-1239
That's fine. That's part of it. I don't care.
or visit southwesternremodeling.com.
Sunday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL, 2 playoff hopefuls square off as the streaking Los Angeles Chargers head to Dallas for a matchup with the Cowboys. Hi, this is Ted Emmerich. Join Steve Berline and me as Dak Prescott and the Cowboys try to keep their faint playoff hopes alive against Justin Herbert and the Chargers, who could lock up a playoff berth. If it's the NFL, it's right here.
Wichita's home for the Dallas Cowboys. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought about space in my cramped apartment, but in this house, all I see is empty space. The sofa and ottoman look like tiny islands in a sea of hardwood floors. I could get 2 ottomans in the living room, but then I'd need another sofa. I could tell people I'm into minimalism.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
This is Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. It doesn't look like will be on the field for tonight's critical NFC West showdown against the Seahawks, the opening game of NFL Week 16, listed as doubtful with knee and hamstring injuries. The Rams, though, still have plenty of firepower, even if Adams is out. Notes our Harry Douglas.
Puka Nacua, who can't be guarded and covered by anybody, he's still playing. You have a running back in Kyra Williams and Blake Corum, how he supported Kyra Williams and being that 1-2 punch. That has been good so far this season as well. And you look at the last 2 ball games of this Rams football team rushing, 204 rush yards, and I think a total of 6 touchdowns.
Tonight's winner grabs sole possession of first in the NFC West and is in the driver's seat for the NFC's 1 seed. Rams receiver Puka Nacua issued a statement today, apologized for performing a gesture on an internet live stream that was anti-Semitic in nature and perpetuated harmful stereotypes against Jewish people. He said at the time he had no idea of the nature of the gesture, which 2 internet streamers suggested be part of Nakua's next touchdown celebration.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy. Coming up Friday, I'll tell you why the Bears need to beat the Packers if they want to avoid missing out on the playoffs entirely. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
I know the Kansas City Chiefs, they're out of playoff contention, but I don't care. It's still awesome when we hear this music because that means it's time to run the spread. Brought to you by El Benito Yankee Tequila. This is hour number 2 of the Pulse on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Jack Johnson producing. I'm Pat Strathman. We have 2 guests this hour coming up in a little bit. Voice of the Kansas Jayhawks, Brian Haney. We'll get to him earlier than usual. And that's because we have a special guest that's going to be in studio. I think he might have saw all the lovely decorations or maybe heard about the lovely decorations that Shane put up. And he thought, you know what? Let's go ahead and stop on by. Kevin Saul, Director of Athletics at Wichita State, going to be in studio coming up at 3:40. So should be a fun hour number 2 here on the Pulse. Running the spread brought to you by El Benito Yankee Tequila. Always win with the undefeated flavor of El Bandito Yankee, the official tequila of game day. No fake colorings or flavors in their verified additive-free Blanco, Reposado, and Anejo. They've won countless platinum and gold medals and are now listed as one of the world's top tequilas. Always win with the undefeated flavor of El Bandito Yankee, the official tequila of game day. Jack, I made up some ground, my man. I was down by 10, or excuse me, down 11 going into last week. Took some chances, and it paid off. I went 10-6, by far and away one of my better weeks. You were 4-12. You still have a 5-game lead, but I have been able to gain a little bit of ground. 98, 104, and 2 is my record. Your record, 103, 102. Big one tonight to kick off the week. Rams and Seahawks in Seattle. It is Seattle favored by 1.5. Jack Johnson, a juicy Thursday night football game, something that we don't say very often.
Yeah, I'll go with the Rams here. I feel they pull off the season sweep of Seattle. They are just red hot. Their offense is firing, and they seem to be, the unquestioned favorite coming out of the NFC. But still, when you have that target on your back, it's hard to win each and every week when you're getting somebody's best shot. And Seattle absolutely is, being their division rival, and also in falling short in L.A. earlier this year. I picked against the Rams in this first matchup, not doing it 2 times this season. Give me L.A.
I think it's definitely a line that is pretty good, but 1.5 in favor of the Seahawks. You would probably think wrong team is favored. And I can see why Seattle would be favored. They're at home. You have to account for that. You also have the Seahawks who have been very gritty. LA Rams, if you're not really convinced of the Rams, maybe that's why you would go with Seattle. But I'm sorry, it's the LA Rams. I've been in love with the LA Rams for a little bit now this season. I've said that this is the team that I would pick to win the Super Bowl as of right now. Don't care. I know it's Thursday Night Football. Maybe sometimes that quick turnaround could be a problem, but I'm sorry, the Rams have looked pretty good. Give me L.A. Eagles and Commanders. This one's in Washington. The Eagles are favored by 7. I know we decided to go against the Commanders last week, and that hurt us. We went with the Giants, who are facing the Commanders, and boy, were we silenced there by the Commanders. Eagles, though, touchdown favorite. I know it's a divisional game, and you have the underdog at home divisional game. We talk about that numerous times, but I have a tough time picking the Commanders in this situation. Give me Philadelphia to cover the 7.
I'm going to go with Philadelphia as well. I feel that they've started to rebound a little bit after the last 2 weeks. The Commanders on the other side, I keep going back to that defense and how banged up they are. And Philadelphia seems to dominate games like this. Feel they're about to go on a little bit of a hot stretch here right before the postseason, which I know Philly fans will be ecstatic for. This shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. Give me Philly to win and cover the 7.
Packers and Bears in Chi-Town. The Packers are favored by 1.5, but no Micah Parsons. Ruh-roh. Jack, you're up first.
Give me Chicago. This game was close at Lambeau Field last time out, and these teams aren't far removed from that game. Chicago deserves more credit. I feel Micah Parsons being out really hinders that Green Bay defense, and these are 2 teams that are pretty evenly matched. When they're this evenly matched, I expect them to split the season series. Give me Chicago.
I'll try to gain a game here on you as much as I can. I was really wanting to go with the Bears, too. I really wanted to. But since the Packers, they took down the Bears not too long ago, the Packers have really been the team in the NFC North compared to the Bears. The Bears, I don't know, are they truly ready for it? I really like the Bears in this, but I got to try to gain a game on you. Give me the Packers. Maybe they play better. Maybe they rally around the injured knee of Micah Parsons. Maybe they play lights out in this thing, knowing that this is a very big game of the division. So I'll go with the Packers, even though I would go with the Bears, but I got to try to catch up. So give me the Pack attack. Bills are in Cleveland. The Bills are favored by 10.5. I'm not going to overthink it. Give me the Buffalo Bills. Jack?
Going with Buffalo, that win probably propels them the rest of the way. If they don't get to the Super Bowl now, as we've said before, I don't know when it's going to be because they should be the favorite coming out of the AFC side. Last week's win felt like the type of win that you just never look back and you never lose again. And they got a really easy test in Cleveland against an awful Browns team. Give me Buffalo to win by way more than 2 scores.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think that win is going to really propel them for sure. Chiefs and Titans we'll save for tomorrow. By the way, some Chiefs news coming from our sister station, Sports Radio 810 WHB. You're going to hear from Seren Petro in just a little bit. Seren tweeted out some stadium news in regards to the Kansas City Chiefs. There is a meeting scheduled in Topeka on Monday. I'm being told the Chiefs are scheduled to be in that meeting. However, the Royals are not. Barring a last-minute screw-up by someone at the top announcing the Chiefs are moving to Kansas will happen after that meeting. Well, all right then. Something to monitor. Chargers and Cowboys, will save that game as well since we'll have it on the station. So that means we go to the Bucs and Panthers with the Buccos favored by a field goal. Jack?
And I'll probably go with Carolina here. I just don't think Tampa Bay has looked very good over the last 4 to 5 weeks. And nobody in the NFC South really wants to win this division or get to the postseason, which is pretty disappointing because I like Tampa Bay a lot going into the year, but they're not looking too good. Carolina's also not either, but I just feel the Buccaneers have looked far worse than Carolina over the last, larger sample size, if you will. So give me Carolina.
Yeah, the Bucs, they are in a tailspin. They are very much in a tailspin. With you going with the Panthers, once again, I'm going to try to gain a game because I can see this one going either way, and that's because of what you said about the NFC South. No one wants to win the damn thing. It's like, no, here you go. It's like the episode of South Park when the kids are playing summer baseball and they don't want to continue to play throughout the entire summer, so they try to intentionally lose. I feel like that's the case for the NFC South teams as of right now. I'm going to go with the Bucs to try to get a game on you. Dolphins are hosting the Bengals. Bengals are favored by 4.5, but it's definitely intriguing because the Dolphins have officially benched Tua Tagovailoa. I guess I'll go with the Bengals, I suppose, but man, the Dolphins, sometimes we make that change at quarterback. You see everyone rally around them. Quinn Ewers, of course, everyone saw the tweet from Tyreek Hill yesterday, the deuces gift that he had. I'm going to go with the Bengals, though, on the road down there in Miami.
Man, I would probably go with Cincinnati here just because of the quarterback issues in Miami. Tua wasn't great to begin with, but now when you're moving on to your second and third string quarterback, you're going to have some bumps in the road there. And for Cincinnati, as long as Joe Burrow's playing, right, they're going to be able to outscore their opponent, at least opponents that have backup quarterbacks that are playing. So I'm with you. Give me Cincinnati.
Giants and Vikings in New York. The Vikings are favored by a field goal.
I guess I'll go with Minnesota. I've picked against them the last 2 weeks, and it's only bit me in the butt. And thankfully, I got the Giants in front of me, who are probably trying to fight for that number 1 pick overall. I guess J.J. McCarthy will go 3-0 in his last 3 games. Give me Minnesota.
There you go. The J.J. McCarthy lovers, they're going to love the resume these last couple of games. I'm with you. Give me the Vikings. Both you and I went against the Giants, or excuse me, we went with the Giants last week, and that hurt us both. So, yeah, give me the Vikings. Jets and Saints in NOLA. The Saints are favored by 5.5. Just goes to show you how terrible the New York Jets have been. The Saints have quietly been getting better. 5.5 just seems like a whole hell of a lot of points, though, for the Saints. I'm going with the Saints, I guess, because the Jets are so bad. The Saints are quietly getting better, so I'll go with New Orleans, but 5.5 seems pretty damn rich for the Saints, who we thought was going to be the team that ends up being the one to get the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. But maybe it'll be the Jets. Maybe it will be the Giants. I'm going to go with the Saints.
I'll go with the Saints as well. I mean, going into the year, I wouldn't have thought anybody that said this Saints team might only win 1 game. I mean, there was just virtually no talent outside of Alvin Kamara, and the younger guys have gotten more experience. Tyler Shuck has actually looked pretty good over the last couple of games, and good for Kellen Moore. I mean, he took over just a disaster of a football team, and now they're playing good football to close out the year. And don't be surprised if maybe New Orleans, now that they can maybe free up some of that money and pick high in the draft again, they can start to build the right way. I've always felt the NFL is better when the Saints are better, and I hope they are one of those teams that finishes somewhere between 6-11 and maybe 5-12, just needing 1 or 2 more wins the rest of the way. Feel they get it done against the Jets team that's going in the opposite direction. So I'll go with NOLA.
Jack just admitted that he wants the bounty system to be with every team in the NFL. He just admitted that there.
There you go.
He wants the bounty system across the board. Broncos and Jags. It's in Denver. Broncos are favored by 3. Jack, you're up first.
Yeah, I'm done betting against Denver. You can only call them overrated and fraudulent so many times before you look like the idiot, and I absolutely have been with Denver this year. They are maybe the favorite in the AFC. I haven't checked the betting lines just yet. I'm sure Buffalo actually is the number 1 team, but number 2, it's either New England or it's Denver. And I'll tell you right now, if I was a wild card team, I'd rather go to Foxborough than Mile High in January. The way that defense is playing, the way Bo Nix has looked, putting up 30-plus points on Green Bay, yeah, I feel that Jacksonville is just slightly worse than Green Bay. I know it's the NFL. Anything can happen. But this is the Broncos team that's probably going to end up with 14 wins when it's all said and done. Just wild to think about. That defense is playing at such a high level. I feel they're going to shut down Trevor Lawrence and turn him over a few times. Excuse me.
Yeah, I can't go with the Jags. Trevor Lawrence, 5 touchdowns. Cool, man. I bet you he throws 2 picks in this game against Denver. The Broncos defense is for real. Give me the Broncos. Falcons and Cards in Arizona. Falcons are favored by 3. I don't know what to do with this one, Jack. This game is just, ugh. I guess I'll go with the Falcons on the road because I don't like the Cardinals all that much. So give me the Falcons.
Yeah, might as well. No reason to bet with Arizona here. I'll just take the favored team, which is Atlanta. Give me the Falcons.
All right. You and I both in agreement. Texans cover the 14.5 against that god-awful Raiders team.
I would have a hospital nearby and a couple ambulances because this is just destined to be one of the ugliest games we've seen all season long. The total for the Raiders should be 3. Yeah. I'd say 3.5. I feel that should actually be the total for their points scored in this game. This is going to be just an absolute beatdown in this one. I'd be worried whoever the quarterback is going to be for the Raiders. Kenny Pickett, I guess.
Yeah.
It's not going to be Geno Smith. Mercy. This spread should be much larger than 14.5. I'm with you. I'm going with Houston.
Give me Houston, too. Lions and Steelers in Detroit. I'll go with Detroit to cover the 7 that they're favored on, but Steelers might make it close.
Pittsburgh's looking for that signature win. I just don't see it being in Detroit. They have surprised me over the last 2 weeks, but Detroit, they seem to have gotten back on track. They've shifted into a different gear, and that offense is going to be so tough to slow down. Give me the Lions to roll it home.
Patriots in Ravens. The Pats are a 3-point underdog on the road in Baltimore. Jack?
Is Lamar Jackson practicing? I feel like we get updates every single week, whether he's healthy or not. If he plays, I actually think the Ravens win this time. But since I really don't know, I feel like he had an illness earlier this week. He's probably not 100%. For that reason, I got to go with New England here on the road.
Yeah, just so I can differ again, I got to gain another game. I'm going to go with Baltimore. Colts in Niners. The Niners are favored by 6. Boy, doesn't that seem small considering what the Colts are doing as of right now? Give me the San Francisco 49ers for our last game that we pick here for the week.
Yep, got to be the 49ers. I've said it a few times before this year, but Kyle Shanahan deserves to be in the running for Coach of the Year. I mean, what they dealt with in the first 5 weeks, every key player was hurt, and now you look at them and they're 10-4 going in the final couple weeks of the season. Chance had asked the question of, if you're the Chiefs front office and Andy Reid retires, who are you throwing the most money at? I brought up guys like Matt LaFleur and Ben Johnson if you could pry him away from those places. My number one best option would be Kyle Shanahan. He is just a wizard when it comes to winning games like this late in the season. The only thing that's eluded him, a Super Bowl championship. Don't think they're going to get it this year, but what a regular season it's been for San Francisco with all those injuries. This should be another beatdown, this time on the road in Indianapolis.
All right, that's running the spread. Brought to you by our friends at El Bedino Yankee Tequila. We'll pick 2 more NFL games tomorrow when we do our Fat 5 at Fat Jack at FatJackSports.com. Real quick, if you are going to watch the NFL, one place that you have to go to catch all the games, Twin Peaks. 2 locations in Wichita, 21st and Rock, Rich and Taft. Those are the 2 locations right here in the Dub. Get yourself a 29-degree man-sized draft. Get some spicy Thai chili wings. They have all sorts of goodies at Twin Peaks. Head to the Lodge and catch some football. Eats, drinks, scenic views. That is Twin Peaks. When we return, voice of the Kansas Jayhawks, Brian Haney.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Hey, it's Jeff with CBD American Shaman Botanicals. We'd like to invite you to discover why we are the 2 premier cannabis shops in the Wichita area. We are honored to bring relief, relaxation, and recreation to the community. Stop in 7 days a week for free samples and the shaman experience at 21st and Rock in Wichita or Baltimore and Market in Derby. Or shop online at yourcbd.pro. Stop by or log on today and see why we say life is better with the feather.
This holiday season, give your family, clients, and coworkers the gift of Booth Creek Wagyu. Booth Creek Wagyu gift boxes provide the world's best steaks, burgers, hot dogs, jerky, sausages, and seasonings that are changing the way America eats beef. Choose from mouth-watering options like the classic sirloin box for less than $100, or go big with the amazing Grill Masters Reserve box. Order yours today at boothcreekwagyu.com or visit our location at 21st and Webb.
This segment is brought to you by the Kansas Department of Transportation, who reminds you if you feel different, you drive different. Celebrate responsibly and make a plan before you start drinking.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Yeah, the guys are down. Busted their butt to win the game. I wouldn't expect anything less.
Just hug him, man. That's my brother. We've been through so much. Would be selfish to ask God why right now, why this. Build from it. We love Pat. That's my guy. It's Pat Mahomes.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Last Christmas, I gave you my heart. The very next day.
Welcome back. It is the Pulse on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. I'm Pat Strathman, voice of the Kansas Jayhawks. Brian Haney, he joins us now. I don't want to ask Brian how old he was when that song came out, so we'll just go ahead and move along because I know Brian is all about the songs, man. I mean, Brian, you're Mr. Pop Culture is what you are. I feel like you always know songs. So like I thought to myself, do I ask? No, we're not going to ask that question there for Brian. But how you doing today, though, Brian? I feel like it probably feels magical there in Lawrence, mainly because of, well, you're starting to see some action there at the booth, which is cool to see. So I'm sure that in itself probably feels like Christmas time, seeing that maybe a present is being built or a present is being changed officially now there at the booth.
Yeah, that's great. But you calling me Mr. Pop Culture, I mean, that's the real Christmas present right there. What an intro. Thank you. Nobody's ever called me that. I appreciate it. When I think of Christmas songs, is it Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You? Isn't that like the number one modern
you say that, and Shane is doing a tournament on Twitter for Christmas songs. And I'm pretty sure in round 4 right now, I think that is currently doing the worst, which I'm just amazed.
Well, somebody told me just like the numbers it's grossed in terms of downloads and money made and all that stuff. Like she's obviously got multi-platinum albums and everything, but that may be one of her greatest career achievements on a Christmas song that just gets brought back out every single year. But yes, enough about that. We are excited with the new booth and the phase 2 progress that's underway, and we'll have to write songs once it's all said and done, and look back on this 3-pronged development of the new era of Kansas football home games here. The demolition crew got going earlier this week, and just to kind of only spend a brief amount of time on it since we're obviously in the hoops throes of the season right now for basketball. But the phase 2 project is going to get a lot, but not all of the east side done. The full seating will probably only be halfway done. It'll be a half, elevation type thing before you get phase 3 finished with the hotel added and the club area added, and then the stands that go all the way up on the east side in phase 3. But there'll be, dormitory, student housing opportunities there, additional parking. I think they're more than doubling the parking stalls on that side once it's all done. But for next season, you're going to be looking at a partial capacity because they'll only have about half of those stands going upward finished, and it'll look, a little bit certainly unfinished with the height of the stands on the east side only going halfway up. But we're excited about it, man. Anytime you get the wrecking ball going, real progress is being made. And I think that demo, they allot 60 days for that. So people assume like you press a button and it all comes down, right? But I mean, to clear everything out, to knock everything down, to level it off, to get it clean, to start building back up, it's like a 2-month undertaking, and that's officially 3-4 days in the books as of today.
Oh, fantastic. Good stuff. Well, can't wait to see everything officially be done, and certainly can't wait to be back out there to catch another football game here before too long. But as you brought up, basketball is in full swing, and the latest being a win over Towson, 73-49. 22 offensive rebounds surrendered. I know Bill Self didn't enjoy that. I know he also had some comments about the bench, just maybe not playing all that great, but still, a win is a win. Flory Badunga in those games, you need to be an animal when you face those types of teams, and Flory definitely showed that with 18 points and 10 rebounds. Trey White had himself a good day as well with 16 points and a career-high 6 assists. Melvin Council Jr. had himself a couple threes in that game. And as much as we want to talk about Towson, come on, Brian. Can we can have a quick recap of Towson, but Raleigh, Melvin Council Jr., 36 points, 9 threes. Like, how would you go about describing that performance, I suppose, rather than talking about Towson, more so talking about the overtime thriller in Raleigh that took place over the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to describe it in one word, it's historic, because you're talking about the second greatest three-point shooting game in Kansas history. And I don't care how long you and I call play-by-play, Pat, I don't think either of us will ever see any of the games we're covering at Kansas, Wichita State, or anywhere, an example of a guy who was being completely disrespected on the scouting report, and justifiably so. I mean, he was only shooting 19% on the year from three, and his high watermark on volume threes in terms of makes in a single game was 2. Okay, so you can understand Will Wade's game plan, but like I started to say, you and I could do this for another 30 years, and I don't think we'll ever see an example where a guy was basically said, you can shoot from anywhere you want along the perimeter. We're going to back off 8 to 10 feet. And then he starts the game, and really they played him that way for the bulk of the first half. Mm-hmm. And he ends up having a historically prolific shooting day. Usually if that happens with like a center or a power forward where they sag off, I think back to like KJ Adams early in his career. If the guy steps up and hits 1 or 2, well, you change it a little bit. Melvin was shooting so many shots, and even through a half, wasn't super efficient until he really caught fire in the second, that they didn't change their plan a ton. But then, man, he really started stringing them together in the second half, and then down the stretch of regulation and into overtime when Darren was out at that point, and he really had to, go into Superman mode. He's draining everything and shooting it with a confidence that we didn't think was possible for him. And so to see the way he backed it up with 3 more threes on Tuesday night was certainly a great sight to see. And he's a guy that Bill Self, prior to that road trip to Raleigh, I know we talked about it on last week's report, he named him the team MVP of the first month of the year. And some of the efficiency numbers might not have led you to believe that, but Coach was talking about the things he does in all aspects as a floor general, a leader, a guy who plays with an infectious joy and brings up everybody around him. And then we saw him go out and hang 36. That brings back memories of like Elijah Johnson's game at Iowa State or Andrew Wiggins at West Virginia for some of the all-time great single individual scoring games under Bill Self. And so, yeah, I didn't have that on my bingo card. I'm not sure many did. And, of course, you have the crazy coincidence that the all-time record for Kansas three-point shooting in a single game was also against NC State. How nuts is that? you're probably a little too young to remember downtown Terry Brown. You might have been in diapers, but he had that over-the-head release, and we used to wave Terry cloths, which is the Terry Brown number 3 on these cloths every time he hit a 3 back in the early 90s. So 25 years later, somebody finally threatens his record. I would not have guessed it was going to be Melvin Council, but sure enough, that's what we saw.
Well, it was amazing. I was watching the game with my dad, and I was laughing after like the 5th 3. I was just laughing because it's just dang. Like what other response should you really have there with Melvin Council Jr.? And I think the best part about the win just itself was, Brian, you've covered this team obviously for a long, long time, and the last 2 years, Kansas has had a tough time winning on the road. You can say that about most teams, I suppose, in college basketball. That's probably the reality for most squads. But I feel like that type of win on the road and that type of environment, and not to mention, even with Melvin Council Jr. going off, have a 5-point lead in overtime, and it evaporates after a couple of threes by the former Texas Tech Red Raider greats who went a perfect 12 for 12 against Kansas in one game. So you see those things take place, and the entire time I'm thinking, all right, this is when like maybe it'll slip through their hands a little bit. They're not going to get the win, but I think that's such a marquee win for them, knowing that once you get the Big 12 play, you're going to feel a lot better and definitely more confident as you go to Big 12 campuses after winning that type of game there in Raleigh.
Yeah, I agree. And I think unless they unravel in the ACC, there's so much talent on that team that whether it's Darian Williams or really 2 or 3 guys that they were also investing a lot in the portal to bring in, including the Lubin kid, Ben Allen Lubin from North Carolina, and Coach Wade, brought in a 6'7" point guard from McNeese with him. That's a tournament team to me. That's a team that can win a tournament game. And so you just went into their house in front of 19,000 fans and a really raucous atmosphere. They were telling us, and by they I mean some of the NC State broadcasters, that was about as big of a non-conference home game as they can ever remember having in the history of the building that goes back to 1999. You think about it, they get Carolina and Duke there all the time in the league, but it's hard to get a blue blood to necessarily come in there. And so they have really, rolled out the red carpet to make this a signature day and a signature win. And the fan base brought it strong. So to go in there, to lose your star down the stretch of regulation and throughout overtime, but to find a way to eke one out against a roster that they spent a lot of money on, and a roster that I think is going to do a lot of winning over the course of the next 3 months. That is, to me, as impressive as the Tennessee win on a neutral floor. Some will balk at that because Tennessee was ranked 17th in the country, but I think if you were in the house last Saturday, for those lucky enough to be there, that was a tough environment, and that's a good basketball team. So to me, whether you want to say 1A, 1B, I don't care how you stack them, but those are your top 2 non-con wins, obviously. And personally, I would give the narrow edge to the NC State game as your best feather in your cap thus far, just believing in NC State is a club that will, emerge a lot better than their current record would indicate. So really proud of them. Certainly Coach Self coming out of that one was like, man, Melvin was historic, prolific, whatever, but the ball was sticking and we got to keep moving it with pace. And you saw more of that, I thought, versus Towson. Maybe not sustained for the full 40 minutes, but for a lot of the game, they were playing with pace. And when he says play with pace and keep the ball from sticking, he doesn't just mean get a quick shot up. He means with every action you put forth, whether it's setting a ball screen or sprinting down the floor or, throwing a pass with some mustard on it, you're just moving it, whipping it around the perimeter quickly. You're cutting and flashing and never standing and watching. And therefore you might still take 20 seconds off the clock before you get a shot up, but the defense is constantly struggling to keep up because of how quickly you're whipping it around. And many times that leads to a lane to drive or a wide open look because of an extra pass or a good ball reversal. That's the type of keep the ball from sticking that he's talking about. It's not simply a quick shot in the first 6 or 7 seconds. It's the way all 5 guys on the floor are operating at a level of urgency that keeps the defense from being able to set up shop. And I think that's something he wants to see more of, Pat, because this team is equipped to be really good at that. Since you're 5-man and Flory Bidunga runs the floor like a gazelle, he's applauded Trey White's ability as a 3 or a 4-man to be one of those good transition initiators from a bigger position. And then obviously, Melvin Council pushes the ball as fast as anybody we've had since Devon Dotson. And DP, once he's healthy, can do the same. So for those reasons, he wants us to be a club that gets out and goes, but even in a half-court set, plays with pace and keeps the ball from sticking. And that'll continue to be an emphasis for Davidson, and then as league play begins as well.
All right. Well, you brought up Davidson. Are we sure Steph Curry is out of eligibility? Are we sure he can't come back? Are we sure?
He is not walking through that door. But, man, real quickly, and I know we're not trying to dive into Davidson right now since it's a Monday game, but who would have thought in the Elite Eight of 2008 in Detroit, Michigan, that this baby-faced, skinny kid would go on to win multiple MVPs and 4 world championships and be considered, I think, universally pretty much as the greatest shooter of all time. Now, not saying he's better than Jordan as an all-around guard play and all that, but like greatest three-point shooter, I think is pretty resoundingly agreed upon.
Yeah,
am I right? So
of course.
he has the record.
Yeah.
He's changed the game, right? I don't know about you, Pat. I don't know how old you were back in 2008 watching that, but I sure as heck didn't see that coming. That the guy we beat to get to Bill Self's first Final Four would be a game-style changing, prolific shooter and player who, certain guys, there's only a handful that truly change the game with their style of play. Wilt Chamberlain, most notably. To think that the kid that we beat at Ford Field in Detroit, that probably weighed 160 soaking wet, would go on to do that. I sure didn't see that coming in 2008.
Well, of course you think of that, but I always remember too Bill Self just smacking the floor afterward too. I will never forget that memory. Like when the heave was thrown up and he hits the floor and smacks it. Just a sigh of relief, like, oh, thank goodness we got by them.
Yeah.
Oh man,
no doubt.
Yeah, 18 years old. That's how old I was back in the day. I guess I would have been 17 because 2008 would have been my 18th birthday. So I guess I would have been 17, but definitely we'll remember that game for quite some time. And I saw a post like with Bill Self. You have Bill Self, who's now had this. He's had this Kansas team go 9-3 to start the season in 20 consecutive years, if I recall. The only team to do that, which that's absurd, Brian. Come on. That's just absolutely absurd. I don't think that surprises you and I. Like maybe it was Steph Curry that was surprising, but I don't think it's surprising to see Bill Self still be one of the top dogs out there in college basketball.
Well, it's amazing that Carolina, Duke, Kentucky, no school can say that. And then what makes it twice as impressive is for those 20 years, who's consistently played a tougher schedule than Kansas? No one. Because you're in the Champions Classic almost all of those years. You're always playing in one of the biggest, most prestigious MTE events, whether it's Maui or Atlantis or now the Players era. They always schedule 1 or 2 high major home and homes. And right now, I think to start the week, we were 5th in strength of schedule. We told you this last week on the report. They will finish the regular season, once you add in the Big 12 slate on top of our non-con, we will be the number 1 strength of schedule in the country come Selection Sunday. So the whole stat of we're the only school for the last decade to be 9-3, factor in the competition too, and it makes it twice as impressive. It's just astounding the model of consistency he's had.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, Brian, appreciate your time. As always, you have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy Monday, and then enjoy that holiday time off, I suppose, if you want to call it holiday time off, because I know you'll be preparing for other things. But Merry Christmas, my friend, and definitely enjoy a good night's rest, which I know you can get plenty of that with a Purple mattress of yours.
That's right. And I'm actually going to spend some of the holidays in the Wichita area. So excited to see friends out there, and certainly grateful for your friendship, my man. Especially happy for you and a great Christmas season with the newborn and the family of 4 now at the Strathman household. That's going to make for a really special Christmas with 4 stockings hung. But yeah, certainly want to thank Ryan Beatty and everybody at the Mattress Hub. Maybe you're like me and you haven't even begun your Christmas shopping. Gosh, I hate saying that out loud, but I promise I'm getting after it tomorrow. But maybe you're like me and you're like, what am I going to do? You can get your loved one, maybe you don't have to get them a full-blown mattress, but they have, bedding accessories. Like I have not only the purple mattress, but purple pillows, which has that same technology that makes the mattress so soft and supportive for your back. It also helps with your neck and your head that you sleep on. So for a lower price point, for a great holiday gift that you don't have to break the bank on, consider some of their bed accessories in addition to the great mattress lines that they have of Serta and Tempur-Pedic and Purple and all that. So check them out today at the Mattress Hub, Wichita owned and operated. Happy holidays, my friend. Merry Christmas to you. Let me know if you want to do one of these next week at some point, but otherwise we will talk to you after the new year and be talking about Big 12 basketball at that point.
Here we go. All right, there he goes. Voice of the Kansas Jayhawks, Brian Haney here on The Pulse. All right, when we return, we brought in the closer, Kevin Saul, Director of Athletics at Wichita State. He joins us in studio. That's next on The Pulse.
This is The Pulse on Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Hey, it's Blake with Davis Liquor Outlet. And this is Brian Davis with another great special on Coors Light 30-pack, only $27.99.
And grab the classic Jim Beam White Label 1.75 liters, just $30.99.
Davis Liquor Outlet.
Each store independently owned and operated.
Wichita owned, Wichita proud.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. Celebrate the Red Tag sales event with huge year-end savings on all makes and models. Check out 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Custom 4x4 and save up to $12,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing. Check out the 2026 Chevy Colorado Z71 4x4 with up to $8,000 off MSRP and 3.9% financing for 60 months. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tag, title, tax, and administrative fees expire January 2nd, 2026.
Every winning team needs a strong defense, and so do you. Don't let the flu sideline you this season. Get your quick, easy flu shot at Dam Pharmacies. No appointment needed. With 6 convenient locations in and around Wichita, it's never been easier to stay in the game. Dam Pharmacies, protecting fans all season long. Visit them today at dampharmacy.com.
Gillies Park City is now open. The party has started, and the only thing missing is you. Join us for live entertainment and an intimate, high-energy hockey talk you won't find anywhere else with 10 shows in 17 days, and tickets are still available. Dig into Bold Barbecue, place your bets trackside, catch your favorite teams in our huge sports bar, and level up the fun with arcade-style games and thrilling gaming machines. Come play, let loose, and feel the energy you can only get at Gillies, just minutes north of Wichita in Park City, or visit playgillies.com.
Round 1 of the college football playoff. Friday, Oklahoma hosts Alabama. Then on Saturday, it's Miami at Texas A&M. Followed by Tulane at Ole Miss. Finally, James Madison at Oregon. The college football playoff. Round 1 on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Your home of college football. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. Take a look in the 5 and 10, glistening once again with candy canes and silver lanes.
Yes. Little Christmas music. I mean, this guy told me earlier today, goes, hey, what if I come in studio? And I'm like, sure, sounds great. Goes, we're going to bring the Christmas spirit. And here is Kevin Saul, Director of Athletics at Wichita State.
You want us to break into some Bing Crosby here?
I mean,
we can absolutely do that.
Just saying.
I'm sitting in the Shane Dennis famous chair. I mean, we could easily break into some Bing Crosby.
Well, see, here's what I said to people earlier. I go, you found out that Shane decorated the studio, and you go, you know what? I haven't seen it decorated, so I'm going to stop on by. You see the tinsel, you got the lights, that's blinking over there. You have lights over here. All of that is Shane, in case you're wondering.
It's really impressive. From the ESPY, and not 3 inches from the ESPY is the Oscar Mayer weenie whistle from the Santa Claus movie. I mean, this is phenomenal.
So that's a fun story, believe it or not. So the mobile, the weenie mobile, was actually in the parking lot to the north of here.
Okay.
And I don't know how or what, but it was a former employee who was here, and he walked in, he goes, did you notice that the weenie mobile is outside? I'm like, no. So we went out there, and I walked up and I asked the person, I'm like, do you have a weenie whistle? And like, oh, do I have a weenie whistle? And he handed me one, and now that's been a staple in our studio.
Is it sterilized?
I
Should we
haven't
test
done
it?
If you
See if it
want,
works?
feel free. Oh, see, you got it done.
I am influenza free, I will tell you that.
I know it's going around everywhere, but the bobbleheads, like this is what it's all about. We have AUSL signed softball there, Sidney McKinney's signatures on there, which is great. We
It's great space.
We should have I think Charles Cocarina, like the little the deal that comes off. I know that's somewhere over here as well. So we're running out of shelf space, as you can see.
Well, there you go. You'll just have to make some tough choices.
Yes, some very tough choices. Well, Kevin, glad to have you here in studio, and definitely a time of year, busy time of year, but you just got done with finals, and I know the student athletes are trying to balance that while also playing basketball. But now that finals is in the rearview mirror, now you can just focus on hoops for a little bit. The men end up getting a nice bounce back win against Wofford last night. I thought the one thing I said earlier today was, yes, the free throw shooting for sure, but I felt like in the game against Wofford, when the Terriers made a couple of runs, they got it down to 4, but they couldn't get any closer, and that's because of Wichita State being able to push it back out every time that Wofford had a run. So I know the DePaul game, everyone was like, oh, darn, but I think the 2 opportunities that you have, Wofford, Eastern Kentucky, get a couple wins going into American Conference play, and all of a sudden you're feeling much better as you get ready for the American Conference, which appears to be wide open for anyone to go out there and take it. And why not Wichita State?
I think the league is wide open. At the end of the day, we need to start really well. We can talk about those starts here in the last 6-7 years. But, I thought Dre provided a really nice emotional spark, intense desire when he got on the floor and really elevated that. Obviously, we need that from more players. Coach mentioned last night, Jarrett Valencia had a really nice week of practice, and he turned a corner last night. That's the Jarrett Valencia that we recruited and certainly need that moving forward. Will had a really nice night. He actually came home. He came on probably a game early because he had a pretty significant sprained ankle and did a nice job rehabbing to get back to the floor. Tied his career high with 15 points. He was 10 of 11 from the free throw line from the big man. In a couple game stretch here where we've struggled with free throws, really critical. He knocked down 10 of 11, and we finished the game 8 of 8 from the free throw line. So I know the guys are working really hard. Significant disappointment to Paul. You lose a 3-point game, missing 15 free throws. We got to figure out a way to be better than that. But at the end of the day, I think this is a 70 to 75% free throw shooting team. And on the off nights, you dip into 65, it's going to be just fine because there's a lot of scoring that's there. So anyway, I think, it's a nice step forward last night. You start to look at margin of loss, right? You look at last year, we had a 10-win non-conference schedule. We went 10-3 last year. And that non-conference schedule was ranked 154th in the country. Right. So it's kind of right in the middle, right about average. We're sitting at 7-5. We got an opportunity to go 8-5 on Sunday against Eastern Kentucky. So you're basically chasing 2 games on your non-conference schedule from last year, but the non-conference schedule this year is 88th. So you've taken a significant step forward, which is what we want in strength of schedule. And doggone it, at the end of the day, we've lost 5 games that are 1 or 2 possession games. I counted it up this morning. 22 points separates us and our opponents in those 5 games. That's an average of 4.4 points a game. So the margin is really thin, and we can sit here and talk about great effort, and we can talk about great chemistry. We can talk about the locker rooms better, the talent's better, and we can use words like, hey, we're close, but close gets you beat. At the end of the day, we got to win these games.
That's it. And then on the women's side, they've found a way to win back-to-back games. First off, Kids Day on Tuesday, super loud.
Yeah.
We always enjoyed it. I'm glad that we were at 65 going into a media timeout, because I looked over at Tracy and Shane, and I go, 2 points away. And Tracy's like, what happens if they hit a 3? And I'm like, they'll still do it. But I got to give credit to your marketing guru and Connor. First off, having the dogs there at halftime, big fan. Who doesn't love watching dogs sprinting across, especially kids? And then you have a special 6'7" cam. And I know 6'7" doesn't mean anything, but you have to tailor the experience for those who are there. And I just got a major kick out of it, but also get a major kick out of the fact that Wichita State doubled up Oral Roberts 46-23 in the second half, and Abby Cater scores 10 consecutive points in the fourth quarter. And man, and not only did they win, but they dominated Oral Roberts, a team that beat Idaho and put 92 points on the board a couple of games before that. So all in all, I felt like Tuesday was, okay, here we go. Maybe this can be the moment where you can use it as the springboard moving forward for the rest of the season.
You know, it's really an interesting deal, right? Because we started with the first 2 games, the exhibition, then you had the game, was it
Northwestern State?
Columbia. No, the D2 game. That
Lincoln.
Lincoln.
Yeah.
And you score darn near 100 points, and you're stealing the ball all over the place, and there's defensive pressure, and you feel really good about it. And we start with just a really challenging start, right? You start 1-8, and you've got some firm competition in Missouri State. UC Irving is playing well, but at the end of the day, the teams that we've just beaten here the last 2 games, Loyola Marymount and Oral Roberts, they're within a game or 2 of 500, no different than Northwestern State and some of the teams that we really struggled with early on. So I will tell you that there has been a concerted effort from the part of Terry and his staff to figure out a different dynamic offensively. Defensively, we've been strong and consistent. The women have. When you're holding teams to 50, 55 points, you should win a lot of games. Offensively, we've struggled. And so moving Jada to the point has certainly been helpful. I think they've done some nice things rotation. We were talking off air about reducing the roster a little bit and the rotations a little bit tighter. So you're winning games now against teams that you weren't 3 weeks ago. And so obviously that's the growth and the mark of growth in the season. And we got to continue doing that because we're invested in women's basketball. I can tell you that. And we need to improve. We need to take some steps forward for sure.
It's the middle of the athletic year. Of course, you review at the end of the athletic year, but in the middle, when you're at the midway point, I'm sure you have many conversations. What have you seen so far here in the 25-26 athletic year for Wichita State?
Yeah, I think, you can start with volleyball and cross country. And we've talked about cross country on your show. We had some remarkable team and individual performances. We've really taken a nice step forward in our distance program within track and cross country. To have Elkanah finish 24th in the country and be an All-American for the first time since 1992, and to win the individual conference championships for the first time since 1992. Look, when you're doing something for the first time in 33 years, you got to pay attention to that. And so we're excited about that piece. Volleyball was preseason picked, I believe, 3rd in the league, finished 5th. Played some really tight matches. They're in the middle of their recruiting season right now and are actually picking up some very, very nice recruits. So that piece is good. We've covered basketball. I think just to touch on one more men's basketball piece, I talk to our fan base a lot individually and in some cases collectively. And I think that there's this apprehension or concern, if you will, that we don't have the resources to be successful in the rev share and NIL world. And certainly we're building. We've talked about this for 3 years on your show. We came here in 22 in the summer and NIL was a year old and we had done a goose egg. We had nothing. And so it took us some time to get that going. But at the end of the day, that's increased over 518% here in the last couple of years. And are we where we want to be in terms of a finish line? No, there is no finish line. but we have the resources to be successful. We're playing a St. Mary's team that's a 25th, 26th ranked team in the country, and we're up a point with 1 minute and 11 seconds left. We play a one possession game at a 38th ranked Boise State at that point in time. We have a really tough first half against Colorado State and then absolutely dominate them in the second half, and they're ranked 52nd in the country. We have the resources to be able to compete. Do we want more? Absolutely. We want more. But there is a process to this and progress to this. And I know those timelines are tough for our fan base, and nobody wants it yesterday more than Paul and I do. At the end of the day, I feel like we're getting better. Again, we're chasing 2 games from last year's non-conference schedule. We got to start fast.
Yeah.
We got to start league play fast. And I'll tell you this, when you look at our league starts here in the last 6-7 years, last year we started 1-7, the year before 0-6, the year before 0-3, the year before 0-4, the year before 2-2, 3-2, 1-6, 5-0. We've had a really slow start to conference play. And so we've got to come back from this Christmas break. We got to get a nice win against Eastern Kentucky on Sunday, let the guys get some days off. And then we got to reinvigorate this thing. These guys, we got to play with our hair on fire, and we got to be the aggressor in league play. And I think we got a great opportunity to start fast. So we're looking forward to baseball and softball starting.
Yeah.
They've done a really nice job, I think, in recruiting, and schedules are all lined out. So we feel really good about that. Our tennis programs have taken a nice step forward. We brought home a conference championship in doubles this fall. And we just announced the $18 million tennis facility in the Starbond district, the largest single gift in the history of Wichita State University that's really going to advance our tennis program. So we're excited about where we're headed.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because that was going to be my next question to you was with that new project. But I also saw too, was it 2 weeks ago or last week when you had individuals show up for the indoor practice facility for Wichita State softball?
Yes.
And I know you guys had a crowd there.
Yes.
And everyone seemed to just fall in love with what they saw. And of course, an opportunity to go, hey, this is what we got.
Yeah.
But we also got more to go.
There's
so
no doubt.
Here we go. This is what we can do to make this thing even bigger.
Yeah. So you said it. We hosted, well, first, let me take a step backwards. We've got our basketball and softball season tickets on sale a month earlier than we normally would. So we've got those things rolled out, and we hosted a really nice event. Christy and the team did a nice job. Our external team did a nice job. We hosted, I think, about 200 people in the new indoor at Wilkins, and we got reserved seating. And so what we did is we took advanced orders, and we'll priority rank those by loyalty and priority points as we do. And we made a really nice dent in season tickets for softball. We've sold 2 decks for the season as well this early. So we got some really good stuff going there, and we're pushing baseball as well. Coach Green and the staff did a nice job of recruiting, and we've got a good schedule that we'll see some success with. And so we're excited about that piece, but we're still fundraising, right? We have a lot of pathways from the Wilkins indoor to we just executed the last financial piece to get the team operations building done, the Wadsworth Family Team Operations Building. So we're really excited about that. That'll break ground likely in March or April of this year, and this will be the last season of the team being in the old facility. So we're excited about that. We've got about $100 million in capital construction going on specifically to athletics, from Cessna to Wilkins to the new tennis facility to what we've done at X. So a lot of progress being made. But at the end of the day, it's got to equate to competitive excellence on our floors and our fields, and that's what we're focused on.
Kevin, real pleasure to have you here in studio. Hopefully you can come back and get you that weenie whistle again. I gotta have you come back and blow it again. That sounds
love
wonderful.
it. And I do have to say thanks to Shane for allowing me to grace the presence of this chair. I feel smarter sitting in this position for sure.
Kevin, appreciate you. Merry Christmas.
All right. Thanks for having us on. Merry Christmas and go Shockers.
All right. Kevin Saul, Director of Athletics at Wichita State. That does it for us here today. See you tomorrow at 2.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3.